Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I would like to appeal to all the delegates in the room to please take their seats. And for the benefit of the program, if we could have our phones on silent or vibrate only. But for those of us who are still walking around in the hallway, please. If we could have our delegates, our panelists, our speakers, all our participants to be seated as we await the arrival of the Vice President. Thank you. Once again, I'd like to please ask that for those of us that are still standing in the room, can we please take our seats as we prepare to start this morning's program? Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we all please rise to acknowledge the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented this morning by the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Senator Ibrahim Hadejia. We will now please take the Nigerian national anthem, please. Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Thank you so much. We may please take our seats. His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented today by the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Senator Ibrahim Hadejia, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, the representative of the Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Mohammed Danjuma Sanusi, FCNA, Permanent Secretary, Special Duties of the Federal Ministry of Finance. I'd also like to acknowledge the Honorable Minister of State, Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Shola Enikolaye. Permit me to warmly welcome to Nigeria once again the Secretary General of the International Telecommunications Unit, Her Excellency Doreen Bogdan Martin. Welcome, ma'am. I'd also like to acknowledge the Secretary General of the Africa Telecommunications Union, Mr. John Omo. I would like to respectfully acknowledge all honorable ministers and all deputy ministers representing countries across the continent present here today, as well as the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Engineer Nadungu Gagare. Distinguished guests, I'd like to acknowledge heads of agencies under the purview and supervision of the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, represented here today. I'd like to acknowledge all our delegates, all our speakers, our panelists, members of the press, all ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th ordinary session of the Conference of Plenipotentiaries, CPL-26, holding today in Abuja at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center. I'd like to especially welcome you all, particularly those who are visiting Nigeria for the very first time. Nigeria is a land of cultural diversity, natural wealth, great food, and vibrant human energy. Welcome. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, we will now proceed with this morning's program by taking formal statements and goodwill messages from a selection of our dignitaries today. It is my honor to invite the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission to start off with the formal statements and goodwill message. Can we warmly welcome Dr. Aminu Maida? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Honorable Vice President, represented by the DCOS, Senator Ibrahim Hadejia, Honorable Minister, Dr. Bosun Tijani, SG John Omo, my brother and friend, For those who were here a few days ago, you will understand the joke. ITU SG, Mrs. Doreen Bogdan Martin, Honorable Minister Foreign Affairs, permanent secretaries, heads of agencies, members of diplomatic corps, a very warm welcome to you today to Abuja. We are delighted that you have made time out of your busy schedules to join us here at CPL-26. It's a very important moment for us, Nigeria, as hosts, especially because of the elections coming up, which we will be contesting for some positions. And of course, like I mentioned in our speech, in the opening ceremony speech, the importance of Africa's unity in taking decisions as we move forward and secure our place in the global telecommunications sector. So once again, I'd like to wish you a warm welcome. And on that note, I'll hand back to the rapporteur. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now take a statement from the Secretary General of the Africa Telecommunications Unit, Mr. John Omo. Can we warmly welcome him as he takes his place? Thank you.
The guest of honor and Deputy Chief of Staff to the Presidency, Ibrahim Hadija, representing His Excellency, the Vice President, our host minister, Bosun Tijani, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, who really is our host here. Excellency, the Ambassador of Algeria, Asin Mezoed, representing the outgoing CPL chair, honorable ministers here present, my boss at the African Union Commission, Commissioner Lerato, Secretary General of the ITU, Doreen Bogdan Martin, PSS present, heads of agencies, and I cannot forget to include my friend, the EVC of NCC, members of the Admin Council, representatives of international and regional organizations, associate members, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the African Telecommunications Union, I'd like to welcome you to Abuja for the 7th ordinary session of the ATU Conference of Plenipotentiaries. For a good number of you, the journey towards today began last week with a special session of the Council and continued earlier into this week through the Conference Preparatory Committee and the various other meetings and workshops through which we've been able to achieve great accomplishments. A great number of you, however, traveled from your capitals, from your institutions, regional organizations, partner agencies for the specific purpose of participating at this conference. We recognize the responsibilities you have left behind and sincerely thank you for the journey to Abuja. I express my personal deep appreciation, Excellency, to the government and the people of this federation, in particular the Honorable Minister of ICT and the Digital Economy, the EVC, my friend of the NCC, and all the teams that have put this together to ensure that this conference is what it is. I also want to thank sincerely the people and the government of the Republic of Algeria that in the last 4 years have spent enormous resources to ensure that the activities of this union run smoothly. Through you, Excellency, do express my personal sincere gratitude to the government and the people of Algeria for sparing no effort to ensure that we achieve what we have achieved in the last 4 years. On a personal level, the opening of this conference is very meaningful to me. A good number of you have been part of my journey in the union for the last 4 years, while others joined that journey in 2019 when I became the Secretary General on January 1st. You, the member states, have charged me with the responsibility of keeping this union together and maintaining its dignity. Since then, we have worked together in many places. We have had the opportunity to engage as far as the union's work is concerned. And that is why, when I look around this room, I do not simply see delegates. I see member states that have placed their trust in the Secretariat to deliver impartially to all of you. A Secretariat that you have entrusted with the responsibility to deliver the services to all of you impartially, without any favor to anybody, to any institution, to any country, but to treat all countries together. I want to thank the council members who've guided the union through difficult decisions, experts who have worked patiently towards the common grounds that we've achieved, partners who chose to support Africa's priorities, colleagues who remained committed despite limited resources and high expectations. It is the commitment you have shown to this union, together with the common African voice you have sustained in this industry and in digital development, that has made this progress possible. And that I want to honor today. Carrying that progress in the next cycle will be no mean feat. It requires us to match the responsibilities that we have put to our Secretariat with the resources that it needs to perform. The Conference Preparatory Committee earlier this week did note that we have provided a forecast of our budget for the cycle 2027-2031. But that preparatory team also allocated upwards of $1.7 million for certain mandatory activities for which further funding will be necessary. I have made appeal to you personally, honorable ministers, in letters to each and every one of you, that this is the time the union needs you. This is the time the union needs you. We cannot have a union without resources. And so member states' commitment in terms of contributory units will be central to ensuring and fulfilling the plan that we will set before you. The Conference Preparatory Committee has requested you kindly in your policy statements to also include a line in terms of the increases, the commitments that you'll make to your respective contributory units. You'll not have a functioning Secretariat without the resources that are required to sustain it. As we can appreciate, member state contributions remain the bedrock to the union's work. We have also continued to build partnerships, and some of you who were here earlier today saw a number of our partnership activities. Our recent cooperation agreements with the United Nations Office for Digital and Emerging Technologies, for example, advances the work on digital public infrastructure, on artificial intelligence, on capacity building, and indeed in many other fields. We have forged partnerships, and for the first time, as I've mentioned, in this conference's history, we have preceded this meeting with a couple of partnership activities. It's been a great honor to partner in particular with the GSMA. I hope the team is in the room. With Qualcomm, with the tower companies headed by Helios, with SBA Communications, with American Tower Corporations, and last by no means least, the NCC of Nigeria. You have committed resources to this organization that are extra budgetary in terms of the various partnership activities that we've had this week, for which I am personally grateful. Finally, distinguished delegates, during this conference, we'll review the institutional, the financial, the strategic direction of the union and the framework that should guide the ATU into the next cycle. We'll take decisions on the leadership, on the resources, on the priorities, and add impetus to Africa's preparations for the ATU 2026 Plenipotentiaries Conference. Our duty will be to act knowing that Africa, the child in southern Algeria, the child in eastern Mauritania in a primary school, in some dusty primary school, needs you and me to take decisions that will ensure that that child is afforded a life that has a meaning that you and I have benefited. It is with that responsibility in mind, and as my time draws to a close, I want you to know that I have great confidence in this organization. I have great confidence in the ability of this organization to be the engine driving ICT development in this continent. The union has been built through accumulated commitment of its membership, and we must protect it and guard the trust that comes with that commitment. I do sincerely look forward to a successful CPL, and thank you sincerely for the trust that you've accorded to me for the last 4 years. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we once again appreciate Mr. John Omo, Secretary General of the Africa Telecommunications Unit. ATU truly is the backbone of continental connectivity. And to give a truly global perspective, permit me to invite, to give a goodwill message this morning, Her Excellency, Secretary General of the International Telecommunications Unit, Her Excellency, Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin. Can we warmly welcome her? Thank you.
Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Senator Ibrahim Hadija, Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, African Union Commissioner Lerato Mataboge, Secretary General John Omo, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, good morning. I am deeply honored and absolutely delighted to be back in Abuja. Let me thank the government and the people of Nigeria for their very warm welcome and their generous hospitality. And I also want to congratulate John Omo, Secretary General, and I think also John, the whole ATU team for their excellent work, strong partnership, and of course for convening this 7th Conference of Plenipotentiaries. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather at a defining moment for Africa's digital future. Across this continent, networks are expanding. Digital public infrastructure is transforming how governments serve their people. Entrepreneurs are building solutions for African challenges. And perhaps most importantly, the world's youngest population is driving innovation and shaping the technologies of tomorrow. All of this sends a clear message. And that's also a message that resounded very strongly just 2 weeks ago in Geneva at the recent UN Global Dialogue on Artificial Intelligence, the WISES Forum, and the AI for Good Global Summit. And I think it's also something that came through very clearly during South Africa's G20 presidency. The message could not be clearer. Africa will not simply participate in the digital future. Africa will help shape it, not only as a consumer of technology, but as a creator, an innovator, a standard setter, and a trusted global partner. In many ways, that future is actually being written right here. Few organizations understand this better than the African Telecommunications Union. For decades, ATU has championed universal access and stronger connectivity across Africa because a digitally connected continent is the foundation for greater resilience, opportunity, and prosperity. That is a vision that the ITU also proudly shares. And together, we are turning that vision into action across every pillar of our work. In radio communications, we successfully optimize the Geneva 84 plan, opening new spectrum opportunities for countries across the continent. In standardization, our work to bridge the standardization gap is helping to ensure that international standards are shaped by African expertise and work for African markets. And in digital development, through initiatives like GIGA, our school connectivity work, Partner to Connect, and much more, the ITU and ATU are working side by side to advance the policies, the capacity development, partnerships, and sustainable financing needed to connect Africa meaningfully. Excellencies, the months ahead present important opportunities to build on this momentum. At the World Telecommunication ICT Forum, to be held in the Bahamas in a couple of weeks, African perspectives will help to shape global policy discussions on the technologies that are transforming our economies and our societies. And at the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference later this year, a strong and united African voice will be essential in defining our union's priorities, presence, and direction for the next 4 years. Africa's voice has never mattered more. Its experience, its innovation, and its leadership will help to shape not only the future of the ITU, but the future of digital cooperation worldwide. So let us seize this opportunity. Let us strengthen our shared priorities. Let us deepen our long-standing partnership and let us continue building a digital Africa that is inclusive, that is resilient, future-ready, and full of opportunities for every country, every community, and every generation. Together, ladies and gentlemen, we can ensure that Africa is not only connected to the future, but helping to define it. Thank you.
Once again, can we appreciate the Secretary General of the International Telecommunications Union, Her Excellency Doreen Bogdan Martin. Thank you, ma'am. We're still taking goodwill messages for today's program. I would like to invite the African Union Commissioner for Infrastructure, Energy, and Digitalization, Her Excellency Ms. Lorato Mataboge. Let's warmly welcome Her Excellency Lorato as she takes the stage. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Chief of Staff, to His Excellency the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Honorable Dr. Bosun Tijani, the Minister of Communications, Innovations, and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency Ambassador of the Republic of Algeria to Nigeria, Mr. Hossein Mezouet, and Chairperson of the 6th Ordinary Session of the Conference of Plenipotentiaries, Honorable Ministers from AU member states, my sister, Doreen Bogan Martin, the ITU Secretary General, my brother, John Omo, Secretary General of the African Telecommunications Union, heads and representatives of AU specialized institutions, regional and international organizations, heads of African regulatory authorities, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I convey the warm greetings of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and express the appreciation of the Commission to the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for hosting this very important conference. Let me begin by commending the Honorable Minister Dr. Bosun Tijani and his team, together with the ATU Secretariat, for the commitment invested in preparing for this conference and all meetings that took place this week, as well as for the facilities that you have put at our disposal as African delegations to the beautiful city of Abuja. This conference represents our contribution to shaping the future of our continent, inspired by the vision that unites us, the Africa we want. The path and decisions we make this week will have lasting impact on our nations and on our people. As we navigate through the technological revolution, we are presented with a fundamental question. Will we step forward to harness the incredible potential of digital and emerging technologies to shape and control our own future as Africa? Or will we remain dependent on solutions and technologies that are developed elsewhere? The African Union has made a choice. We are determined to lead and shape our destiny. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of our ambition is Agenda 2063, which provides us with a roadmap for attaining inclusive and sustainable development and a more integrated and prosperous Africa. As we engage in the second 10-year implementation of Agenda 2063, we aim for that to become a decade of accelerated digitization of the African continent. By 2030, we aim to establish an African digital single market where African private sector can do business and people can enjoy the benefits of digitalization, promote transnational trade in digital services and goods, and position Africa as a trading bloc in the global digital economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are laying the foundation for a future where Africa can leverage the potential of digital technologies to drive inclusive development and innovation. Our collective engagement must focus on translating our frameworks into concrete actions and outcomes to empower our people and nations. And this should start with, firstly, building resilient digital infrastructure and ensuring equitable, affordable, and meaningful connectivity for all African people. Secondly, we should adopt a holistic approach to digital transformation and establish appropriate digital governance mechanisms to reinforce cooperation among sectors and key actors. Thirdly, we need to deploy digital public infrastructure that aligns with our contexts and serves as a backbone to our digital development. Fourthly, there is no digital transformation and digital sovereignty without digital literacy. AI skills and local expertise, both at technical and policy levels, are necessary. Institutions such as the African Telecommunications Unions, therefore, carry an important duty of sustaining the detailed technical and regulatory work that is needed to achieve all these objectives. I therefore commend the work that is done by the African Telecommunications Union. We are proud of the sustained engagement of the ATU stakeholders, and especially of the leadership provided by our honorable ministers through this CPL forum, together with the contribution of the experts who continue to work in between the conferences in pursuit of the future our continent deserves. To Secretary General John Omo, the African Union Commission commends you on your excellent leadership of the African Telecommunications Union. Much of the work entrusted to you may be technical, but its purpose is deeply human as you contribute to African development and prosperity. The progress that you have made in radio spectrum, satellite communication, standards, connectivity, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies ultimately find their meaning in the lives of our people. And as you mentioned in your own remarks, they determine the opportunities available in citizens in small towns and rural communities, whether we're talking Egypt, Burkina Faso, Malawi, Somalia, and the rest of our continent. This concentration of sectoral authority and expertise that you've also strengthened gives the African Telecommunications Union an important place in the ecosystem of African Union specialized technical agencies. As we gather today, ladies and gentlemen, to examine the ATU strategic plan, the program of activities, and the 4-year budget, and elect members of the Administrative Council and the Secretary General for the period 2027 to 2031, I would like to allow me then to commend the work that has been done by Secretary General Omo in setting the baseline and the standard for this work that is being approved this week, and also the Secretariat and Administrative Council and the Government of Algeria as the chair of the present conference cycle and the member states that have supported this progress. Our expectations as the African Union is that as this conference begins and concludes, we need to ensure that the decisions that are taken this week will strengthen the Union, will deepen the confidence of member states, and position the African Telecommunication Union to serve Africa with even greater purpose in the years ahead. I wish this conference successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lerato Mataboge. Can we give her another round of applause, please? Thank you, Ma, for speaking on the importance of collaboration within the member states. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite the outgoing chairman of the conference, the Ambassador of the Republic of Algeria to Nigeria, His Excellency Hossein Medzaoud, this morning. Can we warmly welcome the Ambassador? Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, humbly represented by the Deputy Chief of Staff, Senator Ibrahim Khadija, Honorable Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Ministers of the AU state members, Honorable Ambassador Sola Inikanu Laipi, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Madam Commissioner of African Union in charge of Infrastructure and Energy, Madam Secretary General of the ITU, Mr. Secretary General of the ATU, heads of delegations, members of the Administrative Council, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of the regional and international organizations, associate members of the ITU, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to address you today on behalf of the outgoing Algerian presidency of the Conference of Plenipotentiaries on the occasion of the 7th ordinary session of the Conference of Plenipotentiaries of the African Telecommunication Union. His Excellency, Mr. Sid Ali Zarruqi, Minister of Post and Telecommunications, sends his sincere regrets for being unable to attend this August Assembly in Abuja in person due to pressing governmental commitments following the recent legislative elections in my country. Allow me, on behalf of the government of Algeria, to express our heartfelt gratitude to the government and the brotherly people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for their warm hospitality and the outstanding arrangement made for this high-level gathering. Allow me also to express my deep appreciation to the Secretary General of the Union, Mr. John Omo, and the staff of the ATU Secretary for their dedicated efforts in organizing this conference and their continued devotion to our member states. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, this conference convenes at the decisive moment for Africa. Digital technologies are reshaping our economies, public institutions, and societies at an unprecedented pace. Artificial intelligence is transforming production and innovation. Satellite constellations are redefining universal connectivity, and data has become a strategic asset. Cybersecurity is now a matter of national resilience, while spectrum and orbital resources are increasingly critical to our collective future. In this rapidly changing environment, Africa cannot afford merely to adapt our technological transformation shaped elsewhere. We must actively shape them. Our continent must not remain a passive consumer of technologies, standards, and platforms developed without sufficient consideration for African priorities. Africa must become a recognized co-architect of their design, governance, and responsible use, ensuring that technological progress directly supports our development ambitions, reflects our values, and strengthens our digital sovereignty. The decision before this conference, therefore, extends far beyond institutional administration. We are called upon to strengthen the governance of our union through the review of its constitutional and conventional instruments, adopt a new strategic plan, reinforce its financial sustainability, elect its future leadership, and define a collective African response to the profound transformations affecting our sector. Our deliberation will influence not only the future of the African Telecommunication Union, but also Africa's capacity to participate effectively in global digital governance. This responsibility is particularly significant as we approach the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference in Doha. Africa must arrive in Doha united, prepared, and speaking with one coherent voice. We must defend common priorities, including equitable access to spectrum and orbital resources, affordable and resilient connectivity, stronger African participation in international standard setting, and a meaningful role for our continent in the governance of artificial intelligence, seeding emerging technologies. Our influence will not depend solely on the seas of our continent or the richness of its resources. It will depend on our ability to transform our diversity into unity, our ambitions into coordinated actions, and our collective voice into meaningful influence. Distinguished delegates, as Algeria concludes its mandate as chair of the Conference of Plenipotentiaries, we do so with humility, gratitude, and a profound sense of responsibility. One member state entrusts Algeria with this responsibility in Algiers in 2022. Africa was entering a period of accelerated technological transformation. Digital infrastructure had become a strategic imperative, and cybersecurity challenges were intensifying. Artificial intelligence was beginning to reshape every sector of our economies, while the global governance of digital technologies was entering a decisive phase. These developments required an African telecommunication union that was more responsive, more united, and better positioned to defend the interests of our continent. Algeria therefore approached the chairmanship not as a privilege, but as a service to all member states. Throughout these 4 years, we sought to exercise this responsibility with impartiality, openness, and respect for every member of our union. We consistently encouraged dialogue over division, consultation over confrontation, and consensus over polarization. In a union as diverse as ours, unity cannot be assumed. It must be built through mutual trust, respect for our institutional rules, and a sustained commitment to the collective interest. During this mandate, Algeria also endeavored to contribute sustainably to Africa's digital agenda. We had the honor of hosting continental initiatives that brought together governments, regulators, operators, industry leaders, academia, and development partners to reflect on Africa's digital future and advance practical cooperation. The African Telecommunication Day hosted in Algiers reaffirmed the importance of closer African coordination in addressing the opportunities and challenges facing our sector. The Global Africa Tech Forum created a continental platform for dialogue on digital infrastructure, investment, innovation, artificial intelligence, digital skills, and emerging technologies. It demonstrated that Africa possesses not only significant potential, but also the capacity to contribute actively to the global digital economy. These initiatives contribute to the adoption of the Algiers Declaration on OTT services, which articulated a balanced African vision for digital platform governance, one that promotes innovation while safeguarding fair competition, encouraging investment in infrastructure, and protecting the legitimate interest of African states. They also led to the Algiers Declaration on African telecommunication sovereignty and integrated connectivity for 2026-2030, reaffirming our collective determination to strengthen digital resilience, regional connectivity, and Africa's strategy autonomy. These achievements were never intended as national accomplishment. They belong to Africa. Their real value will depend on our ability to translate declarations into coordinated policies, investment programs, regulatory cooperation, and measurable implementation. They also demonstrate a fundamental truth. Africa's voice carries greater weight internationally when it is expressed collectively. Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the conference opening today is entrusted with shaping the future of our union at a time when technological change is redefining economic opportunity, scientific leadership, and geopolitical influence. Artificial intelligence, cloud computing, data governance, quantum technologies, satellite communication, cybersecurity, and next generation broadband are no longer matters of technology alone. They are matters of sovereignty, competitiveness, sustainable development, and strategic autonomy. No African country, regardless of its size or level of development, can successfully address these challenges in isolation. Our strength lies in cooperation. Our influence depends on unity. Our credibility rests on our capacity to formulate and defend common African position. As Algeria concludes its term as chair of the Conference of Plenipotentiaries, we express our gratitude for the trust placed in us and our confidence in the continued strength of the Union. The chairmanship has been held in trust by Algeria for a defined period. However, the responsibility to protect, strengthen, and advance the ITU belongs to all member states at all times. I am confident that our deliberation will be guided by wisdom, mutual respect, and shared sense of institutional responsibility. May the decisions adopted in Abuja strengthen our union, reinforce Africa's collective voice, and ensure that our continent does not merely participate in the digital future, but actively shape it. I thank you for your kind attention and wish the conference every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your commitment that you've brought to the conference over the years and for your service to the Union. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, has been a pioneer of Africa's tech ecosystem. He's been empowering and been at the forefront of empowering tech entrepreneurs, digital talent across Nigeria and Africa. And it's through his expertise and experience that he's opened avenues for individuals, particularly women and children, to gain digital access, improving knowledge and digital economy in total. It is my honor to warmly welcome him, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, to give his remarks today. Can we warmly welcome Dr. Bosun Tijani? Thank you.
our very special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is ably represented. The Vice President had to make an impromptu trip out of the country. He's been at every digital economy event that we've hosted in the last 3 years, every major digital economy event. But today is ably represented by my very dear brother, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Adeja. The Honorable Minister of Post and Telecommunications of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, and the Chair of the ATU Conference of Plenipotentiaries, His Excellency Sid Ali Zerouki, who's ably represented, of course, by His Excellency, the Ambassador Osin Mezoud. I think at this point, we should take the time to give a round of applause to Algeria and His Excellency for the amazing work they've done over the last 4 years. Algeria, thank you so much. Thank you. My fellow honorable ministers, I say to those who care to listen, these are the most important people for Africa at this time. Their work will shape the future of our continent. So my fellow honorable ministers responsible for telecommunications, information and communications technology and digital economy, welcome to Abuja. Our very dear sister, the African Union Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy, Ms. Lerato Mataboge. I think I should use this opportunity as a plug to also appreciate the Tutu Fellowship, which we're both part of. It's always a pleasure to see you, and welcome to Abuja. Our fearless leader, the Secretary General of the International Telecommunications Union, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin. Thank you for the love for Africa and for Nigeria in particular. If you're not here in person, your video is always playing somewhere at all of our digital economy events. We appreciate you. Thank you. The Secretary General of the African Telecommunications Union, the hardworking Mr. John Omo. My dear brother, Nigeria's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, thank you for honoring us this morning. The representative of Minister of Finance, thank you for taking out the time to join us. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, my permanent secretary, Engineer Gagari, let me use you as a point of contact, of course, to every senior government official present in the room today from Nigeria, heads of delegation, members of the Administrative Council, representatives of regional and international organizations, associate members of Africa Telecommunications Union, distinguished delegates. I think we don't appreciate you enough. We should give the delegates a round of applause. I've taken particular interest in ITU and ATU since I became minister. And your dedication to telecommunications and the digital economy, delegates, is something that we should celebrate always and appreciate. We thank you. On behalf of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who graciously approved for Nigeria to host this event and made the resources available, and the entire government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to Abuja for the 7th ordinary session of Conference of Plenipotentiaries of the African Telecommunications Union. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to advancing Africa's digital transformation through cooperation and collective leadership. The Conference of Plenipotentiaries is where Africa reflects on its progress and charts a common course for our future. At a time when digital technologies are reshaping economies, and societies at an unprecedented pace, our responsibility to work together has never been greater. And today, we gather to strengthen the partnerships and the shared resolve that will ensure that Africa continues to play a leading role in shaping the future of telecommunications and the digital economy. At the 6th Ordinary Session of Conference of Plenipotentiaries in Algeria in 2022, the People Democratic Republic of Algeria graciously hosted the Union and presided over the decision that entrusted Nigeria with the honor of hosting this conference. But as we gather here in Abuja today, let me once again thank Algeria for its leadership over the last 4 years. During this period, ATU made important progress. Membership has grown to 52 member states. The legal foundation of the Union has been strengthened through further ratifications and accessions. The implementation of the 2022 to 2027 strategic and financial plan has advanced alongside expanded partnership in radio communication, standardization, development, and innovation. Together, these efforts have strengthened Africa's voice in regional and global digital policy discussions. These achievements reflect the commitment of member states, the General Secretariat, the Administrative Council, associate members, and development partners, and the wider technical community that supports the Union. However, every strong institution must continue to evolve. There are reforms to complete, programs to strengthen, and new opportunities to embrace. Therefore, the task before us is to connect our national experiences into a foundation for continental action, so that every successful national initiative become an opportunity for Africa, and shared challenge becomes one we're better equipped to solve together. Distinguished delegates, this conference also comes at a defining moment for Africa's engagement with the International Telecommunications Union. Later this year, the 2026 ITU Plenipotentiary Conference will take decisions that will shape the future of global telecommunications and digital governance. The conversations we have here in Abuja should therefore help shape Africa's approach to those discussions. Africa must arrive at Doha prepared, united, and credible. We must continue to invest in technical preparation, strengthen regional cooperation, and speak with one voice where our interests align. And where global digital rules are being shaped, Africa must be ready to participate and help shape outcomes that affect our people, our economies, and our future. Africa has a unique opportunity in this chapter of the global digital economy. We are home to the world's youngest population, and it is said that by 2050, 1 out of every 4 people in the world will be from Africa. We have extraordinary entrepreneurial talent and one of the fastest growing digital ecosystems in the world. I can tell you that, we're in Nigeria. We continue investing in connectivity, digital skills, innovation, and trusted digital infrastructure. And Africa will play a critical role in defining the future of technology, not just for ourselves, but for global economies. And that is why the work of the ATU remains so important, as it enables us to strengthen cooperation, learn from one another, and build partnerships that benefit every member state. Distinguished participants, before I conclude, allow me to share an initiative that is particularly close to my heart. One that reflects our shared ambition for the Africa's digital future. Artificial intelligence represents one of the greatest opportunities for Africa's transformation. Yet today, fewer than 2% of Africa's languages are meaningfully supported by modern AI systems. Despite our continent being home to nearly 1/3 of the world's languages. In recognition of this gap, and as part of Nigeria's long-term AI ambition as a nation, Nigeria launched N-Atlas, Africa's first government-backed open-source large language model at the United Nations General Assembly last year. Today, I'm pleased to announce that together with partners from across Africa, we are taking the next step by expanding this initiative into a continental framework, the Atlas Network. That's what it's been called. Ambition is for the Atlas Network to become a platform that accelerates development of locally relevant large language models in Africa, by Africa, and for Africa. I think we deserve a round of applause for pulling this together. Thank you. It will bring together government, researchers, innovators, academia, and ecosystem partners to ensure that Africa's languages, cultures, and knowledge systems are reflected in the AI technologies that will shape our future. I would also like to specifically recognize GSMA, Awari, whose partnership has been instrumental in reaching this milestone. Your commitment to advancing this initiative on Africa AI capabilities and broader digital development is deeply appreciated. I, of course, invite every member state represented here today to become a member of this initiative. Together, we can ensure that Africa's AI future reflects our languages, cultures, and knowledge system. This is our opportunity not simply to adopt artificial intelligence, but to help shape its future for Africa and from Africa. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite you to watch a short video marking the launch of Atlas Network.
Africa has a choice, not just to adopt and AI is changing how people learn, work, and connect. Across Africa, it's reshaping how people access services and the digital economy. Africa has a choice, not just to adopt AI, but to shape it in African languages, in African voice. But most African languages are missing from the data and models shaping AI today. Over 2,000 languages, only a fraction understood by AI. That risks leaving millions without a voice in the digital economy. Because digital inclusion isn't only about access, it's about relevance. People trust and use digital services when they understand them in their own language. Voice, text, local languages, real understanding, from public services to healthcare, education to commerce. This is what meaningful digital inclusion looks like. Nigeria has taken an important first step through N-Atlas, its national language AI effort. Now, Atlas Umoja builds on that momentum, a continental platform for country-led language AI, from Amharic to isiZulu, Malagasy to Pula. Atlas Umoja connects language and data access, models and benchmarks, talent and compute, deployment pathways, community activation. It's not here to replace what countries are already building. It's here to strengthen it and help it scale. For countries, this means identifying priority languages and mobilizing national ecosystems, unlocking language resources, defining real deployment pathways. Pathways are already emerging across languages, including Amharic, Malagasy, Swahili, isiZulu, and more. Real impact, rooted in local language and local need. We invite African ministers to join and shape this initiative. Confirm your country's interest, nominate a focal point, identify priority languages, and use cases. Help mobilize your national ecosystem. Atlas Umoja, building Africa's AI future. Together. Launched by Nigeria's Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Togolese Ministry of Public Service, Efficiency and Digital Transformation, Kenya's Ministry of Information, Communications, and the Digital Economy, Namibia's Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, GSMA, Awari, Mozisha, Power AI, and Zindi.
Guest of honor, sir, Honorable Bosun pays me a salary every month. He has not defaulted. In solidarity with this initiative, I'd like to invite honorable ministers here present, escorting you guest of honor to the stage, the Secretary General, the Commissioner, Excellency, the outgoing CPL Chair. If you could kindly come to the stage and express solidarity with this initiative. The GSMA, of course. If you,
shall we have representative of GSMA and Awari AI also join? It's more tricky. Thank you, distinguished delegates. Shall we give them a round of applause as they make their ways back? Thank you all for joining us as we mark this important milestone for artificial intelligence in Africa. Thank you, Excellencies. Once again, Nigeria is honored to host you at this important moment in the journey of our union. May Abuja be remembered as the place where we strengthened our cooperation, renewed our digital ambition, and reaffirmed that technology must serve people, expand opportunity, accelerate our shared development. on behalf of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I thank the Africa Telecommunications Union, my colleague, the Honorable Minister Sid Ali Zeruki, our Secretary General, Mr. John Omo, all honorable ministers present today, heads of delegation, associate members, partners, distinguished delegates, for the confidence placed in Nigeria as the host of this conference. I wish us productive deliberations and every success in the important decisions ahead. Thank you, and once again, welcome to Abuja. I now have the singular honor to invite on stage the distinguished Senator Ibrahim Adeja, representing our dear Vice President, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima.
The Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, the representative of the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Ministers of Communication from all over the African continent, the Secretary General of the ATU, the Secretary General of the ITU, and I'll use the Executive Vice Chairman of the NCC to recognize all heads of agencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, especially the Ambassador of Algeria to Nigeria, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm reading a speech on behalf of His Excellency, the Vice President, who had committed to be here. But like the Honorable Minister explained, he has to be in the Republic of Benin to attend to very pressing regional concerns. And so I'll read his speech. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Abuja for this important preparatory meeting of the African Telecommunications Union, ATU, ahead of the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference. On behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I warmly welcome our distinguished delegates from across Africa, representatives of the African Union, the International Telecommunications Union, development partners, and all stakeholders committed to advancing the continent's digital future. Nigeria is honored to host this gathering as Africa comes together to forge a common position on issues that will shape the future of global telecommunications and digital development. Distinguished delegates, we meet at a defining moment in history. Digital technology is no longer merely an enabler of development. It has become one of its principal drivers. The competitiveness of nations, the productivity of economies, the delivery of public services, and the opportunities available to our young people are increasingly determined by the strength of our digital ecosystems. Today, broadband infrastructure, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, satellite communications, and secure digital networks are as fundamental to national development as roads, electricity, railways, and ports. They are the infrastructure upon which the economies of the future will be built. For Africa, this presents both an enormous opportunity and a profound responsibility. No single nation, regardless of its size or resources, can fully realize Africa's digital ambitions in isolation. Our future depends on collaboration. We must work together to expand affordable connectivity, strengthen cybersecurity, promote responsible AI governance, harmonize standards, improve spectrum management, and accelerate digital trade across our continent. This is precisely why institutions such as the ATU remain indispensable. They provide the platform through which Africa can coordinate its priorities, build consensus, and speak with greater influence on matters affecting our shared digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, our collective efforts are guided by the clear vision of the Africa Union through Agenda 2063 and the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa. These frameworks remind us that digital transformation is not an end in itself. It is a means to create jobs, improve education, strengthen healthcare, deepen financial inclusion, empower women and young people, and foster sustainable economic growth. Our responsibility, therefore, is to translate these continental aspirations into practical implementation through stronger partnerships, coordinated policies, and sustained investment. Nigeria remains firmly committed to this agenda. Under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our administration continues to prioritize investments in broadband expansion, digital infrastructure, innovation, artificial intelligence, digital public infrastructure, cybersecurity, and the development of a globally competitive digital workforce. These investments are not solely for Nigeria's advancement. We recognize that Africa's prosperity is interconnected. Our ambition is to contribute solutions, share experiences, and work alongside fellow African nations to build a stronger digital continent. Distinguished delegates, Africa must also assume a more prominent role in shaping the global digital agenda. For too long, global technology policies have often been developed without adequate representation of African priorities and perspectives. That must change. Nigeria is proud of its contributions within both the African Telecommunications Union and the International Telecommunications Union, and we remain committed to ensuring that Africa is not merely present at global discussions, but actively shaping decisions that define the future of digital technologies. This preparatory meeting, therefore, carries immense significance. It provides us with the opportunity to build consensus ahead of the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference, particularly regarding Africa's common positions on key policy issues, as well as our collective support for African candidates seeking election to leadership positions in the ITU Council. When Africa speaks with one voice, our influence is amplified, our priorities receive greater attention, and our collective interests are better protected. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting comes at an important moment for the African Telecommunications Union itself, as member states prepare to elect a new leadership team. Strong regional institutions are indispensable to achieving Africa's digital transformation objectives. They provide continuity, coordination, and the collective leadership necessary to address emerging opportunities and challenges. Nigeria has full confidence in the collective wisdom of member states to conduct a transparent, credible, and collegial electoral process that reflects the enduring values of African unity, mutual respect, and cooperation. We congratulate all those who have presented themselves for service to our continental institution and look forward to working closely with the incoming leadership in advancing our shared aspirations for Africa's digital future. Distinguished delegates, Africa possesses one of the world's youngest populations, one of its fastest growing digital markets, and an extraordinary reservoir of innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurial talent. The choices we make today will determine whether these trends translate into inclusive growth, quality jobs, resilient institutions, and greater prosperity for generations to come. Let this meeting strengthen not only our common positions ahead of the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference, but also our shared commitment to building stronger African institutions capable of delivering meaningful and lasting benefits for all our people. Together, through the ATU and our partnership within the International Telecommunications Union, we can build a more connected, innovative, secure, and prosperous Africa. Permit me to conclude with this thought. The next chapter of Africa's integration will not be written by roads and rail alone. It will also be written by fiber, satellites, data, artificial intelligence, and the partnerships that connect our people and our economies. May this meeting lay a strong foundation for that future. I thank you all for your attention, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Can we once again appreciate His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented today by the Deputy Chief of Staff, Senator Ibrahim Adejia. Thank you, sir, for your foundational address and strong endorsement of the conference. To give the vote of thanks for this ceremony, I would like to respectfully invite the Honorable Minister of Digital Transition, Posts, and Electronic Communications of Burkina Faso. Can we warmly welcome Dr. Aminata Zerbo Sebani.
Excellences, Monsieur l'invité d'honneur, directeur adjoint du cabinet du président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Excellences, Monsieur le ministre des Communications, de l'Innovation et de l'Économie numérique de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Excellences, Monsieur le ministre délégué aux Affaires étrangères de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Excellences, Monsieur l'ambassadeur de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire, représentant le président sortant de la conférence des plénipotentiaires de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres en charge des télécommunications, des TIC et de l'économie numérique, Excellences, Madame Lerato Dorothy Mataboj, commissaire aux infrastructures et à l'énergie de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Madame Dorine Bogdan Martin, secrétaire général de l'UIT, Monsieur Gyonomo, secrétaire général de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du conseil d'administration, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations régionales et internationales, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres associés de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs. J'ai l'immense honneur, au nom des membres de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, de présenter cette motion de remerciement. Les remerciements exprimés aujourd'hui s'inscrivent dans le prolongement de ceux exprimés lors de la 6e session ordinaire de la conférence des plénipotentiaires tenue à Alger en 2022 et se poursuivent à l'ouverture de la présente 7e session ordinaire à Abuja. La conférence rappelle avec gratitude le mandat conféré lors de la CPL-22 et exprime sa reconnaissance à toutes celles et à tous ceux qui ont porté ce mandat à travers les organes constitutionnels, les structures techniques et les membres de l'Union. La conférence exprime sa profonde gratitude au gouvernement et au peuple de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire pour le leadership politique et la continuité institutionnelle dont ils ont fait preuve tout au long du cycle des conférences Alger-Abuja. Sous la présidence exercée d'abord par son Excellence Karim Bibi Triki, puis depuis novembre 2024 par son Excellence Sid Ali Zerouki, l'Algérie a entretenu une coopération étroite avec le Conseil d'administration, le secrétariat général et les États membres. Il a soutenu l'Union dans la mise en œuvre des décisions qui lui avaient été confiées à Alger. Excellence, Monsieur Sid Ali Zerouki, la conférence vous remercie pour le leadership dont vous avez fait preuve durant la période finale de ce cycle et pour le sens des responsabilités avec lequel l'Algérie a assuré la présidence de la conférence des plénipotentiaires. La conférence tient en outre à exprimer sa gratitude au conseil d'administration pour avoir exercé pleinement les pouvoirs qui lui ont été délégués entre les 2 sessions ordinaires. À travers ces sessions, ces comités, ces consultations, le Conseil a assuré la supervision du plan stratégique et financier, examiné les affaires institutionnelles et financières de l'Union, orienté les travaux relatifs à la Constitution, à la Convention et aux règlements connexes et soutenu la préparation des décisions désormais soumises à la CPL-26. La conférence remercie chaque État du Conseil pour le temps, l'expertise et les ressources nationales consacrées à la gouvernance de l'Union. La conférence exprime également sa profonde gratitude à l'ensemble des 52 États membres de l'UAT pour la confiance placée dans l'Union et pour leur contribution à la mise en œuvre du mandat d'Alger. La conférence prend note avec satisfaction des travaux techniques et institutionnels menés au cours de ce cycle dans le cadre du plan stratégique et financier 2023-2027. Ces travaux ont fait progresser les priorités établies à Alger dans les domaines de l'environnement propice, des infrastructures et de la connectivité, de la cybersécurité et de la gouvernance des données, des services numériques et du développement des capacités humaines. La conférence remercie également tous les États membres et les groupes techniques dont l'engagement soutenu a renforcé la participation de l'Afrique aux processus mondiaux de télécommunication. Elle exprime sa reconnaissance aux membres associés, aux organisations régionales, aux communautés techniques, au monde universitaire, aux institutions de développement et aux partenaires dont l'expertise et les ressources ont soutenu la mise en œuvre du programme adopté à Alger. Leur coopération a renforcé les travaux de l'Union en matière de recherche, de normes, d'innovation, d'infrastructures numériques, de renforcement des capacités, de communication par satellite, de cybersécurité et de technologies émergentes. Monsieur le secrétaire général, la conférence exprime sa sincère appréciation pour le leadership dont vous avez fait preuve durant le cycle Alger-Abuja et tout au long de votre service au sein de l'Union. J'aimerais, avant l'acclamation finale, qu'on fasse des applaudissements mérités à l'endroit de notre SG. Suite au renouvellement de votre mandat lors de la CPL-22, vous avez dirigé la mise en œuvre du plan stratégique et financier, soutenu les travaux du conseil d'administration, renforcé la collaboration avec les États membres et les partenaires et fait valoir les priorités de l'Afrique dans les processus régionaux et mondiaux en matière de télécommunications. L'accroissement du nombre de membres, l'élargissement des activités techniques, le renforcement des partenariats institutionnels et la visibilité accrue de l'Union demeurent des réalisations collectives de l'ensemble des membres. Ces réalisations témoignent également de la pertinence des plénipotentiaires à laquelle vous exercerez les fonctions de secrétaire général. La conférence juge donc approprié d'exprimer sa gratitude à la responsabilité que vous avez accepté de diriger, d'assurer la continuité institutionnelle et de mener à bien les missions à vous confier. Puisqu'il s'agit de la dernière session ordinaire de la conférence des plénipotentiaires à laquelle vous exercerez les fonctions de secrétaire général, la conférence tient à vous exprimer sa gratitude pour l'engagement et le service que vous avez apporté à l'Union. D'importants défis vous attendent encore avant l'achèvement de votre mandat. Et la conférence vous remercie de continuer à mettre votre expérience au service des membres durant cette période de transition institutionnelle. Par votre intermédiaire, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, la conférence félicite le personnel du secrétariat général pour le professionnalisme et l'engagement avec lesquels il a soutenu les travaux de l'Union. Elle le remercie également pour le travail accompli, dont la grande partie à l'abri des regards afin de porter le mandat de l'Union d'Alger à Abuja. Excellence, Madame la commissaire Lerato Dorothy Mataboj, la conférence exprime sa reconnaissance à la Commission de l'Union africaine pour son soutien continu à l'Union africaine des télécommunications en tant qu'institution spécialisée chargée des télécommunications et des technologies de l'information et de la communication. Excellence, Monsieur le Vice-président, après avoir exprimé sa reconnaissance pour les travaux menés au cours du cycle Alger-Abuja, la conférence vous adresse sa profonde gratitude pour avoir honoré cette cérémonie d'ouverture en qualité d'invité d'honneur et pour avoir officiellement ouvert la 7e session ordinaire. Par votre intermédiaire, la conférence exprime sa sincère reconnaissance à son Excellence le Président Bola Ahmed Tinubu, au gouvernement et au peuple de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour avoir accueilli l'Union et hébergé cette importante réunion statutaire, ainsi que pour toutes les dispositions prises pour sa tenue réussie. Elle exprime en outre sa gratitude à son Excellence le Dr Bosun Tidjani, au ministère fédéral des communications, de l'innovation et de l'économie numérique, à la Commission nigériane des communications et à toutes les institutions nationales qui ont collaboré avec le secrétariat général de l'UAT en vue de la préparation de la CPL-26. En conséquence, j'ai l'honneur de proposer que la 7e session ordinaire de la conférence des plénipotentiaires s'associe par acclamation à cette motion de remerciement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Can we appreciate Madam once more? Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the Africa Telecommunications Union Conference of Plenipotentiaries, CPL-26. At this point, we'll be taking a group photograph. However, For the dignitaries to exit the hall, we'll need everyone else to first exit, then the dignitaries will exit, and then we'll take the group photographs. So at this point, I'd like to ask that everyone in the hall, with the exception of our special guests and dignitaries, to please vacate the hall. While our dignitaries are seated, we'll ask all our panelists, delegates, and special guests to please vacate the hall first. The group photograph will be taken outside. And courtesy of the great nation of Zimbabwe, we'll be having a health break. That break will be taking place in the foyer. Thank you, and we have deep appreciation for Zimbabwe for the health break. We'll be taking the group photograph outside with our special guest of honor and our dignitaries. Health break, courtesy of the great nation of Zimbabwe. We would like to appreciate the representative of the Vice President of the nation, the Honorable Minister, and Deputy Ministers present today. We'd like to appreciate the Secretary General of the International Telecommunications Union, the Secretary General of the African Telecommunications Union, all our distinguished guests, all our delegates. Thank you for making the opening ceremony a success. We'll now take the health break by Zimbabwe. This will be done at the foyer. Thank you, Zimbabwe. Health break will be taken at the foyer, courtesy of Zimbabwe. And right after the group photographs will be press briefings by our dignitaries to members of the press. Thank you so much, and see you again shortly.
Africa, 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet. These benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones. And switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collates data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's 2 reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site, The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With this tool, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones. And switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collates data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones. And switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collects data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's 2 reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With these two, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones. And switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collects data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, The data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society, and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's 2 reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With these two, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones, and switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collates data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's two reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With this tool, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones, and switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collects data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society, and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's 2 reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With this tool, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones, and switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collects data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's 2 reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With this tool, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones, and switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collects data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's 2 reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With this tool, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones, and switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collates data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's 2 reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With these two, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones, and switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collates data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society, and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's two reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With this tool, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones, and switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collates data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's two reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With this tool, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones, and switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance across all 54 countries in Africa. Available in English and French, it collects data from various composite indices. The Digital Nations and Society Index, or DNSI, which measures digital adoption and use, and the Digital Policy and Regulatory Index, or DPRI, which assess policy levers for digital acceleration. These indices are scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating stronger performance. The interactive tool offers multiple ways to explore mobile industry data. The heat map on the homepage provides an overview of each country's progress towards digital transformation. Clicking on a country reveals its average scores under the Nations and Society tab. The tool can also be switched to the Policy and Regulatory tabs. Results from the composite indices show that countries with enabling policies score higher in digital development. However, only Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa have a DNSI and DPRI score above 50. In lower scoring countries, better policies can help drive digital progress. The Market Analysis tab highlights each country's strengths and weaknesses. Selecting a country reveals its nations and society scores for 15 indicators across 3 key pillars: consumer, business, and government. Indicators include smartphone adoption, mobile penetration, tech startups, and e-government participation. The scores can also be viewed from highest to lowest in a bar chart below the 3 pillars. Users can access the source of the data together with additional information by hovering over each bar on the chart. Different indices can also be selected and compared. Achieving digital transformation in Africa requires strong policies and effective implementation. Users can analyze a country's progress in this area by selecting the Policy and Regulatory tab. This allows users to navigate through over 30 indices across 5 pillars, including spectrum assignment, cybersecurity, operator taxes, fiber regulation, affordability, and digital skills, among others. The tool also allows users to compare different countries' scores using the Market Comparison tab. For example, the data shows a heat map and country scores for various indicators, including e-government participation, mobile data usage, and mobile internet penetration. Users can compare different countries' scores across both nations and society and policy and regulatory indices. All of the indices, selected countries, and average scores are displayed in a table. The Policy and Regulatory tab allows users to compare country policies across 30 key areas, including taxation, network regulation, and consumer protection, amongst others. Finally, the Index Comparison tab allows users to create a scatter graph which helps visualize the relationship between different indices. GSMA's 2 reports and their supporting data can be downloaded from the site. The Digital Africa Index will be updated with future versions, including GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index and Mobile Connectivity Index. With these two, countries can learn from each other, unlock Africa's digital potential, and create opportunities for people, industries, and societies to thrive. It will also help to identify which areas of digital adoption and usage are lagging and what the policy challenges are as we align and advocate for the telecoms industry in the region towards closing the digital divide by 2033. Visit the Digital Africa Index here. Digital technologies can transform lives, communities, and economies. But in Africa, where 2/3 of the population still don't use mobile internet, these benefits are not being realized. GSMA's data shows that digital transformation could add $700 billion to the continent's GDP by 2030. In Ethiopia, where affordability is the most significant barrier to mobile internet adoption, policy changes could bring 30 million more people online. In Nigeria, using digital tools in business could boost productivity by 2% in formal companies and 4% in informal ones. And switching to digital government services could raise tax revenues by $207 million in Zambia and $580 million in Kenya by 2028. So how can the GSMA move beyond coverage and counting connections by 2033 and work with policymakers, mobile operators, and stakeholders to accelerate their digital objectives? The Digital Africa Index tool, developed by the GSMA, helps identify critical gaps, policy bottlenecks, and compare market performance
We are living in a world where digital technologies are transforming every aspect of our lives. They connect people. They create opportunities. They drive innovation, and they shape the future. Yet millions of women and girls remain excluded from the digital revolution. The future cannot be built without them. The International Network of Women Digital Experts, RIFEN, is a global network with African roots, bringing together women experts, professionals, researchers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and innovators committed to advancing digital inclusion and women's leadership worldwide. We connect expertise, we build partnerships, we develop leaders, we inspire change. Our vision is a world where every woman and every girl has the opportunity to participate, innovate, lead, and influence the digital future, beyond borders, beyond barriers, together. RIFEN empowers women through digital skills, leadership, innovation, entrepreneurship, international cooperation, capacity building, digital governance, policy development, knowledge sharing, mentorship, because empowering women means transforming societies. Promoting women in international digital governance and decision-making. Women Leaders Programme. Developing Africa's next generation of women leaders. RIFEN Tour for Girls in ECT. 6,500 plus girls inspired to pursue STEM careers. Digital without barriers. Empowering rural women, entrepreneurs, and vulnerable communities through digital literacy, e-commerce, and financial inclusion. RIFEN for Women Startups. Supporting women entrepreneurs through innovation, coaching, and international visibility. Cybersecurity and AI Academy. Preparing women for tomorrow's digital jobs. Digital rights and gender inclusion. Promoting safer, more inclusive digital spaces. Child 4, STEM, preparing the next generation. Ethics and ICTs, promoting responsible and secure digital citizenship. SIAF.N Symposium, building dialogue and strategic partnerships. Since 2023, RIFEN has become one of the fastest growing international women's digital networks. RIFEN members contribute to shaping international digital policies. Our experts actively participate in the International Telecommunication Union, the African Telecommunications Union, global digital cooperation initiatives, and international forums where the future of digital transformation is being defined. Today, more than 10 RIFEN Smarts have been appointed to leadership roles within ITU development study groups. We believe that sustainable digital transformation is achieved through collaboration, together with governments, regulators, universities, development partners, civil society, and the private sector. RIFEN creates opportunities that empower women across Africa and beyond.
Je suis sous-directrice en charge du développement de la confiance numérique au sein de la direction de la cybersécurité et de la confiance numérique du ministère de la Transition numérique et de la digitalisation du Côte d'Ivoire. Pour la période d'études 2022-2025, j'ai été vice-rapporteur sur la question 4.2 de la commission d'études 2 de l'Union internationale des télécommunications.
There's an African saying that goes, if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. I work with the Nigerian Communications Commission. We're the telecom regulators in Nigeria. I've been involved in the work of the ITUD activities since 2010, which is making it 8 years. And this current cycle that is about to end now, I was the Vice Rapporteur for question 6.1, which is on consumer protection.
Je suis experte en intelligence artificielle. Je me focalise aussi sur la cybersécurité.
I work for the National ICT Regulatory Authority, where I serve as a regional manager.
Investir dans le développement numérique, c'est investir dans les personnes. Chef de division formation et adaptation des contenus à la direction de la promotion de l'économie numérique au ministère de la Communication et des nouvelles technologies de l'information et du Niger.
Étudiante en 5e année, régulation des télécommunications à l'École nationale supérieure des postes et des télécommunications. Je suis également membre du RIFEN.
Effective regulation of ICTs is not just about technology. It is about enabling an equitable and sustainable digital future for all. Youth Officer at RIFEN, the International Network of Women Digital Experts representing the India chapter.
At global events, RIFEN proudly represents women, innovation and Africa on the international stage. To every woman, every girl, every university, every government, every regulator, every private sector company, every international organization, join us, partner with us, invest in women, invest in innovation, invest in the future. Together, we will shape a digital world that leaves no woman behind. RIFEN. Women leaders, women smart. We are living in a world where digital technologies are transforming every aspect of our lives. They connect people. They create opportunities. They drive innovation, and they shape the future. Yet millions of women and girls remain excluded from the digital revolution. The future cannot be built without them. The International Network of Women Digital Experts, RIFEN, is a global network with African roots, bringing together women experts, professionals, researchers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and innovators committed to advancing digital inclusion and women's leadership worldwide. We connect expertise, we build partnerships, we develop leaders, we inspire change. Our vision is a world where every woman and every girl has the opportunity to participate, innovate, lead, and influence the digital future, beyond borders, beyond barriers, together. RIFEN empowers women through digital skills, leadership, innovation, entrepreneurship, international cooperation, capacity building, digital governance, policy development, knowledge sharing, mentorship, because empowering women means transforming societies. Promoting women in international digital governance and decision-making. Women Leaders Programme. Developing Africa's next generation of women leaders. RIFEN Tour for Girls in ECT. 6,500 plus girls inspired to pursue STEM careers. Digital without barriers. Empowering rural women, entrepreneurs, and vulnerable communities through digital literacy, e-commerce, and financial inclusion. RIFEN for Women Startups. Supporting women entrepreneurs through innovation, coaching, and international visibility. Cybersecurity and AI Academy, preparing women for tomorrow's digital jobs. Digital rights and gender inclusion, promoting safer, more inclusive digital spaces. Child 4, STEM, preparing the next generation. Ethics and ICTs, promoting responsible and secure digital citizenship. SIAF.N, Symposium, building dialogue and strategic partnerships. Since 2023, RIFAN has become one of the fastest growing international women's digital networks. RIFAN members contribute to shaping international digital policies. Our experts actively participate in the International Telecommunication Union, the African Telecommunications Union, global digital cooperation initiatives, and international forums where the future of digital transformation is being defined. Today, more than 10 RIFAN Smarts have been appointed to leadership roles within ITU development study groups. We believe that sustainable digital transformation is achieved through collaboration, together with governments, regulators, universities, development partners, civil society and the private sector. RIFAN creates opportunities that empower women across Africa and beyond.
Je suis sous-directrice en charge du développement de la confiance numérique au sein de la direction de la cybersécurité et de la confiance numérique du ministère de la Transition numérique et de la digitalisation du Côte d'Ivoire. Pour la période d'études 2022-2025, j'ai été vice-rapporteur sur la question 4.2 de la Commission d'études 2 de l'Union internationale des télécommunications.
There's an African saying that goes, if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. I work with the Nigerian Communications Commission. We're the telecom regulators in Nigeria. I've been involved in the work of the ITUD activities since 2018, which is making it 8 years. And this current cycle that is about to end now, I was the Vice Rapporteur for question 6.1, which is on consumer protection.
Je suis experte en intelligence artificielle. Je me focalise aussi sur la cybersécurité.
I work for the National ICT Regulatory Authority, where I serve as a regional manager.
Investir dans le développement numérique, c'est investir dans les personnes. Chef de division formation et adaptation des contenus à la direction de la promotion de l'économie numérique au ministère de la Communication et des nouvelles technologies de l'information du Niger.
Étudiante en 5e année, régulation des télécommunications à l'École nationale supérieure des postes et des télécommunications. Je suis également membre du RIFAN.
Effective regulation of ICTs is not just about technology. It is about enabling an equitable and sustainable digital future for all. Youth officer at RIFAN, the international network of women digital experts representing the India chapter.
At global events, RIFAN proudly represents women, innovation and Africa on the international stage. To every woman, every girl, every university, every government, every regulator, every private sector company, every international organization, join us, partner with us, invest in women, invest in innovation, invest in the future. Together, we will shape a digital world that leaves no woman behind. RIFAN. Women leaders, women smart. We are living in a world where digital technologies are transforming every aspect of our lives. They connect people. They create opportunities. They drive innovation, and they shape the future. Yet millions of women and girls remain excluded from the digital revolution. The future cannot be built without them. The International Network of Women Digital Experts, RIFEN, is a global network with African roots, bringing together women experts, professionals, researchers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and innovators committed to advancing digital inclusion and women's leadership worldwide. We connect expertise, we build partnerships, we develop leaders, we inspire change. Our vision is a world where every woman and every girl has the opportunity to participate, innovate, lead, and influence the digital future, beyond borders, beyond barriers, together. RIFEN empowers women through digital skills, leadership, innovation, entrepreneurship, international cooperation, capacity building, digital governance, policy development, knowledge sharing, mentorship, because empowering women means transforming societies. Promoting women in international digital governance and decision-making. Women Leaders Programme. Developing Africa's next generation of women leaders. RIFEN Tour for Girls in ECT. 6,500 plus girls inspired to pursue STEM careers. Digital without barriers. Empowering rural women, entrepreneurs, and vulnerable communities through digital literacy, e-commerce, and financial inclusion. RIFEN for Women Startups. Supporting women entrepreneurs through innovation, coaching, and international visibility. Cybersecurity and AI Academy. Preparing women for tomorrow's digital jobs. Digital rights and gender inclusion. Promoting safer, more inclusive digital spaces. Child 4, STEM, preparing the next generation. Ethics and ICTs, promoting responsible and secure digital citizenship. SIAF.N Symposium, building dialogue and strategic partnerships. Since 2023, RIFEN has become one of the fastest growing international women's digital networks. RIFEN members contribute to shaping international digital policies. Our experts actively participate in the International Telecommunication Union, the African Telecommunications Union, global digital cooperation initiatives, and international forums where the future of digital transformation is being defined. Today, more than 10 RIFEN Smarts have been appointed to leadership roles within ITU development study groups. We believe that sustainable digital transformation is achieved through collaboration, together with governments, regulators, universities, development partners, civil society, and the private sector. RIFEN creates opportunities that empower women across Africa and beyond.
Je suis sous-directrice en charge du développement de la confiance numérique au sein de la direction de la cybersécurité et de la confiance numérique du ministère de la Transition numérique et de la digitalisation du Côte d'Ivoire. Pour la période d'études 2022-2025, j'ai été vice-rapporteur sur la question 4.2 de la commission d'études 2 de l'Union internationale des télécommunications.
There's an African saying that goes, if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. I work with the Nigerian Communications Commission. We're the telecom regulators in Nigeria. I've been involved in the work of the ITUD activities since 2010, which is making it 8 years. And this current cycle that is about to end now, I was the Vice Rapporteur for question 6.1, which is on consumer protection.
Je suis experte en intelligence artificielle. Je me focalise aussi sur la cybersécurité.
I work for the National ICT Regulatory Authority, where I serve as a regional manager.
Investir dans le développement numérique, c'est investir dans les personnes. Chef de division formation et adaptation des contenus à la direction de la promotion de l'économie numérique au ministère de la Communication et des nouvelles technologies de l'information et du Niger.
Étudiante en 5e année, régulation des télécommunications à l'École nationale supérieure des postes et des télécommunications. Je suis également membre du RIFEN.
Effective regulation of ICTs is not just about technology. It is about enabling an equitable and sustainable digital future for all. Youth officer at RIFEN, the International Network of Women Digital Experts representing the India chapter.
At global events, RIFEN proudly represents women, innovation, and Africa on the international stage. To every woman, every girl, every university, every government, every regulator, every private sector company, every international organization, join us, partner with us, invest in women, invest in innovation, invest in the future. Together, we will shape a digital world that leaves no woman behind. RIFEN. Women leaders, women smart. We are living in a world where digital technologies are transforming every aspect of our lives. They connect people. They create opportunities. They drive innovation, and they shape the future. Yet millions of women and girls remain excluded from the digital revolution. The future cannot be built without them. The International Network of Women Digital Experts, RIFEN, is a global network with African roots, bringing together women experts, professionals, researchers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and innovators committed to advancing digital inclusion and women's leadership worldwide. We connect expertise, we build partnerships, we develop leaders, we inspire change. Our vision is a world where every woman and every girl has the opportunity to participate, innovate, lead, and influence the digital future, beyond borders, beyond barriers, together. RIFEN empowers women through digital skills, leadership, innovation, entrepreneurship, international cooperation, capacity building, digital governance, policy development, knowledge sharing, mentorship, because empowering women means transforming societies. Promoting women in international digital governance and decision-making. Women Leaders Programme. Developing Africa's next generation of women leaders. RIFEN Tour for Girls in ECT. 6,500 plus girls inspired to pursue STEM careers. Digital without barriers. Empowering rural women, entrepreneurs, and vulnerable communities through digital literacy, e-commerce, and financial inclusion.
RIFEN for Women Startup.
Supporting women entrepreneurs through innovation, coaching, and international visibility. Cybersecurity and AI Academy, preparing women for tomorrow's digital jobs. Digital rights and gender inclusion, promoting safer, more inclusive digital spaces. Child 4, STEM, preparing the next generation. Ethics and ICTs, promoting responsible and secure digital citizenship. SIAF.N, Symposium, building dialogue and strategic partnerships. Since 2023,
RIFEN has become one of the fastest growing international women's digital networks.
Excuse me, can we be seated for a few minutes? Can we be seated for a few minutes? Alice? Excuse me, I need your attention. Rascom, I need your attention kindly. I need your attention. For those who are standing, if you can grant me the favor of sitting down. For those who are standing, if you can, I can have your favor. Madame Bessu, if I can have the favor of you sitting down kindly. Fortunately, I know all of you, so if you are standing, I'll name you. Thank you very much for indulging the honorable ministers. Rascom, kindly, and Algeria. If you can stop it for now. Thank you very much for indulging the honorable ministers for some consultations that they needed to have with the Nigerian government. I sincerely do want to apologize for any inconveniences that we have caused. We will try to run through the program fairly quickly in the afternoon to catch up, in order to catch up with time. And so it's nearly 14 hours, and so I want to give the floor to the Zambian delegation to make an announcement.
Thank you very much for giving the floor to the Zambian delegation to make an announcement. The Honorable Minister from the Republic of Zambia would like to extend an invitation to the leaders of delegation present for lunch. So the lunch is served upstairs, so the protocol officers have been informed where the lunch will be held. But as you go outside, you turn to the left, outside this room, immediately turn to the left, and then you walk on the stairs. So lunch is served on that floor. So it's the leaders of delegation and also those that have invitation cards. Thank you.
So clearly for heads of delegation only and those that have invitation cards, you are invited for the Zambian lunch. It's 10 minutes to the hour, and my expectation is that we will be back here to start our work at 1/4 to the hour. So we have about 50 minutes for the lunch, which begins now. Thank you very much. Our ushers, if you can get the honorable ministers from the VIP room to the luncheon. Our ushers, kindly get the ministers out of the VIP room to the lunch.
Hello, sound check. Check 1, 2. Hello. Hello. Check 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, sound check 1, 2. Testing mic 1, 2. Check. Hello, sound check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test, test, test.
I'm requesting we kindly get in and get settled. I'm requesting we kindly get in and get settled so that we begin. Kindly get in and take your seats, kindly. Could we kindly walk in and settle those who are standing, kindly? Madam Miriam. For delegations that are still upstanding, kindly settle. Thank you. I'm still seeing groups standing. I'm still seeing groups standing. Kindly get yourself seated.
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chefs de délégation, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, bon après-midi. On va reprendre les travaux après la cérémonie d'ouverture de cette session. J'invite Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'organisation à donner lecture de l'ordre du jour de cette 7e session ordinaire de la conférence des plénipotentiaires de l'Organisation des télécommunications africaines. À vous la parole, Monsieur le Secrétaire général.
Thank you very much, Chair. I truly appreciate. We are 5 hours behind schedule, and so we have quite some time to catch up with. Excellencies, ministers, members of the diplomatic corps, the first agenda item was the opening ceremony, which we have gone through, and the second item is the appointment of bureau. And so if the chair allows me, I will read the bureau that, pursuant to consultations, we've agreed on. By virtue of our rules and tradition, the chair of the plenipotentiaries is designated by the host country. That is a given. So let me start from rapporteurs. The English rapporteur is Sudan. You'll take up the responsibility from your seat. The French rapporteur is Tunisia. The conference needs to have 2 vice chairs. The first vice chair is Cameroon, and the second vice chair is Botswana. Those vice chairs will take up their duties from the podium. And the chair of the conference, as I mentioned, is designated by the host country. And so, if you allow a chair, the person that the host country, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has nominated as the chair of the conference is Dr. Bosun Tijani. I submit these names for the conference's consideration.
Je constate que la proposition du bureau est acceptée par l'Auguste Assemblée. Donc, nous devons, je pense, inviter le Nigeria à venir pour la passation de la présidence.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking for my ushers to get the chair and the vice chair to the podium.
Excellences, Monsieur le Ministre, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, délégués, c'est avec un immense plaisir et profonde fierté que je viens de transmettre la présidence de la conférence plénipotentiaire à Monsieur le ministre de la République fédérale du Nigeria. Ce passage de relais symbolise non seulement la continuité institutionnelle de notre organisation, mais surtout notre engagement solidaire et indéfectible envers la transformation numérique de notre continent. En confiant cette présidence au Nigeria, nous la remettons entre les mains expertes et visionnaires. Je suis intimement convaincu que sous votre leadership éclairé, notre Union franchira de nouveaux caps importants pour réduire la fracture numérique, stimuler l'innovation et renforcer la connectivité africaine. Je vous adresse mes vœux les plus chaleureux de plein succès dans ce mandat. Soyez assurés du soutien de l'Algérie et celui personnel de Monsieur le ministre de la Poste et des Télécommunications pour que notre collaboration continue dans l'accomplissement des nobles missions qui nous incombent tous. Merci beaucoup et je remercie les organisateurs et à leur tête, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, pour la réussite de ces travaux. Merci infiniment.
The Secretary General of the Africa Telecommunications Union, Mr. John Omo, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, it is, of course, a great honor and privilege for me to serve as the chair of this conference. And I would like to, before starting, to appreciate the outgoing chair, His Excellency, Honorable Minister, from Algeria, ably represented by His Excellency the Ambassador. We appreciate the deep work that Algeria has put into this effort. I think for quite a number of the faces in the room, we experience one another just in May in Geneva. I've tasted what it is to be a chair. I think many people find it to be a pleasant experience, but behind the doors, I think it's extremely difficult. So I appreciate the effort that Algeria is put into this, the commitment, the resources as well. And I think on behalf of every one of us, on behalf of the government and people of Nigeria, I would like to say a big thank you to Algeria for your service. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them, please. And most of the time when you see us sit up here as chair, it sounds and appear as if we have it all figured out. But of course, without the Secretariat, I think we would not be able to do anything. And I'd like to use this opportunity to say a big thank you to the Secretariat as well for the hard work. Every single member of the Secretariat, every member of the African Telecommunications Union, thank you for the hard work that you've put into bringing all of us together. And we all do this because we believe in the future of Africa, of course. And we believe that our efforts, when we bring them together, can help us shape a path for the future that we would like to see for our people across the African continent. And whilst doing so, that we can also be part of the global community, contribute, and make our world even better. On this note, on behalf of the federal government and people of Nigeria, we accept this position, and I look forward to the deliberations over the next 2 days and years to come to serve and to ensure that we continue to strengthen ITU. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor to now move us to the next item on the agenda, which is the consideration of the draft agenda for the CPL. And at this point, I will turn to the Secretary General to introduce the agenda of the conference. SG, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I truly appreciate. Unfortunately, we are having some challenges on this end, so we'd like to invite you to get to the share folder. We are still unable to display it. But Chair, the agenda is pretty much set by the basic instruments in terms of what the conference needs to do, and it is set before you in the item, it's set before you. We will note first item, adopt the agenda itself, the work program, the rules of procedure to be noted, statements by heads of delegations, statements by invited heads of international and regional organizations and partners for that matter, considerations of the report of the conference preparatory committee. Chair, in the interest of time, maybe let me just take it together with the program so that the conference can pronounce itself on the two items. And so our sincere hope was that we would flog it until agenda item 8 in terms of our work program today. Unfortunately, we are nearly 5 hours behind schedule. But just to say that we want to submit the two documents for the conference's consideration and approval, both the agenda and the work program.
Thank you, XG. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now open the floor for comments from member states before considering both the draft agenda of the CPL and the draft work program as presented. Please signify interest if you would like to take the floor. I see no interest to take the floor. Distinguished delegates, will take this as your approval for us to adopt both the draft agenda of the CPL and the draft work program. And if that's the case, I'll request that we do this by acclamation. Thank you, distinguished delegate. We will now move to the next item, which is the consideration of the rules of procedure of CPL. Again, I call on the SG to introduce this agenda item.
Thank you very much, Chair. As per our basic instruments, each and every conference is expected to note and adopt its own rules of procedure. These rules of procedure have been the subject of extensive discussions by your experts, not just in the last 1 week, but in previous council meetings too. We want to propose kindly that the conference notes these rules as its own rules of procedure. I submit.
Many thanks, SG. Again, distinguished delegates, I will now open the floor for comments from member states on the rules of procedure of the CPL. In the absence of none, I'll take this as your approval to adopt the rules of procedure, and let's do so again by acclamation. Distinguished delegates, we now move to the statement segment. And to help manage this section, I'll call on the SG to introduce the order of making statements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We did request the membership, those that were interested in making heads of delegation statements. So we did make that request, and we have received a number of names, and so my secretariat will queue them and advise us in terms of the order. For member states, just the request I made in my remarks, that the expectation is that in so doing, then there will be the statements of the increase in contributory unit. We need to sustain the union, and I can't make that appeal enough. Alice, you'll start with the order. Please assist us to read them out. Kindly allow her to get to read it.
Thank you, SG and Mr. Chairman. We have received requests from the following member states.
No, just read the first one in the interest of time.
Yes, we have Algeria.
Algeria. The first statement will be by Algeria. Chair, I do understand Algeria has made their statements, so they want to yield that floor. Sorry, the ambassador is back on it. I do understand I'm being requested kindly that as per our request you keep them to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Chairperson, honorable ministers, Secretary General of the African Telecommunications Union, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Algeria fully supports the theme of this conference, universal meaningful connectivity. For Algeria, connectivity is meaningful only when it is accessible, affordable, reliable, and capable of improving citizens' daily lives, supporting economic development, and strengthening national digital sovereignty. Since the 2022 Conference of Plenipotentiaries, Algeria has considerably accelerated the modernization and expansion of its telecommunication infrastructure. Today, more than 3.6 million households are connected through fiber to the home, compared with fewer than 500,000 at the end of 2022. We are now advancing towards nearly 4.6 million connected households by the end of the first quarter 2027, as part of our ambition to generalize fiber-based fixed connectivity across the country. This expansion has been accompanied by significant improvement in speed, quality, and affordability. Algeria has democratized very high-speed fixed broadband by making residential offers of up to 1.6 gigabytes per second widely accessible. XGS-PON technology offering speeds of up to 10 gigabytes per second has already been deployed for selected customers and is commercially available on request. Our approach is clear. Next generation connectivity must not remain limited to major corporations or privileged segment of the population. It must progressively become accessible to households, businesses, public institutions, and innovators. These investments have contributed to measurable improvements in the quality and performance of internet services. Algiers is now ranked among the world's top 50 capitals for mobile internet performance, while Algeria continues to progress internationally in terms of quality of service, coverage, and affordability. Algeria is also moving forward with the deployment of the 5G and as a technology of prestige, but not as a technology of prestige, but as an enabler of industrial modernization, smart services, innovation, and territorial development. At the same time, we remain determined to ensure that no community is left behind. Through successive universal service programs, telecommunications coverage has already been extended to more than 1,400 underserved localities, while a new program targets approximately 3,000 additional localities. For remote, sparsely populated and difficult to reach areas, Algeria is adopting a technology-neutral approach combining fiber, terrestrial mobile networks, and the non-geostationary satellite solutions. Distinguished delegates, infrastructure alone is not sufficient. Mindful connectivity also requires skills, local capabilities, and productive digital uses. Through our skills centers and the 777 capacity building program, Algeria is investing in technical expertise, digital skills, and innovation to ensure that connectivity contributes directly to employment, entrepreneurship, public service, modernization, and socio-economic development. Looking ahead, Algeria will support the strategic goals of the African Telecommunication Union through three priorities. First, accelerating resilient, affordable, and inclusive digital infrastructure across Africa. Second, strengthening African digital services, application skills, and innovation ecosystems. And third, building coordinated African positions on spectrum, satellite connectivity, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and the governance of digital platforms. Algeria stands ready to share its experience, contribute actively to ATU programs, and strengthen practical cooperation among member states. Our collective objective must be clear. Every African should be able not only to access the digital world, but also to participate in creating, governing, and shaping it. Africa must not merely be connected, Africa must be mindfully connected, digitally capable, and technologically sovereign. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We will now move to the next statement. Again, just to reiterate, we've allocated 3 minutes per statement, 3 minutes. Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next speaker is from Burkina Faso.
Okay. Bonsoir, chers tous. Merci au chairman. Excellences, distingués délégués, permettez-moi au nom du peuple du Burkina Faso, au nom de son Excellence le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, président du Faso, chef de l'État, et au nom de la délégation que j'ai l'honneur de conduire et en mon nom propre, d'exprimer ma profonde gratitude au peuple et aux autorités de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour l'accueil fraternel et également toutes les dispositions prises pour l'organisation de cette importante rencontre. J'aimerais également féliciter et saluer le secrétaire général de l'UAT, John Omo. Excellences, distingués délégués, au Burkina Faso, sous l'impulsion de son Excellence le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, président du Faso, chef de l'État, le numérique est désormais érigé en levier de souveraineté, de transformation économique et de modernisation de l'action publique. Le gouvernement a à cet effet engagé une politique volontariste pour garantir un accès équitable aux services numériques sur l'ensemble du territoire national. Cette vision se traduit par la mise en œuvre de 12 chantiers majeurs de la transformation digitale à l'horizon 2030. La réalisation de ces chantiers vise, entre autres, la couverture de toutes les localités encore en zone blanche. Actuellement, nous avons déjà 800 nouvelles localités qui passent d'être couvertes. Le renforcement du maillage en fibre optique, l'hébergement et la maîtrise de nos plateformes et de nos données sur notre territoire, l'accélération de la dématérialisation des services de l'administration et la construction d'une expertise locale pour porter toute cette ambition. Pour faire de l'inclusion numérique une réalité et ne laisser personne pour compte, nous investissons également dans l'alphabétisation numérique pour tous et le déploiement de maisons des citoyens dans toutes les communes du pays pour assister nos populations dans l'accès aux services en ligne. Cette ambitieuse vision entend également mobiliser l'immense potentiel d'une intelligence artificielle éthique et responsable, intégrant nos valeurs et nos langues au service de l'administration, des entreprises et de toute la population. À cet effet, nous avons récemment adopté une feuille de route nationale pour l'intelligence artificielle. Ces chantiers sont tous déjà en cours et les premiers résultats visibles impactent déjà positivement le quotidien de nos populations. Ces projets traduisent un choix assumé et un engagement résolu. Malgré le contexte difficile que traverse notre pays à cause du terrorisme, nous avons décidé d'investir et faire du numérique un levier important pour réduire les inégalités territoriales, stimuler l'activité économique, améliorer l'accès aux services essentiels et créer davantage d'opportunités pour les populations. Excellences, distingués délégués, le Burkina Faso demeure convaincu qu'aucun de nos États ne pourra à lui seul relever les défis de la révolution numérique. Notre force réside dans notre capacité à mutualiser nos expertises, à coordonner nos actions et à défendre des positions africaines communes dans les grandes enceintes internationales. C'est dans cet esprit que malgré le contexte sécuritaire et humanitaire auquel notre pays reste confronté, il a décidé d'augmenter sa contribution annuelle au budget de l'Union africaine des télécommunications afin que nous puissions disposer d'une union forte. Notre pays apporte également son soutien à l'élaboration du futur plan stratégique et reste disposé à poursuivre sa contribution par le renouvellement de son mandat au sein du conseil d'administration de notre union, pour lequel je sollicite humblement votre soutien. Excellences, distingués délégués, notre responsabilité à tous, autant que nous sommes dans cette salle, est très grande. Le développement de l'Afrique et la reconquête de sa souveraineté se conjuguent désormais avec ceux du numérique. Je voudrais donc nous engager ici à Abuja à assumer avec détermination cette responsabilité. Ensemble, faisons le choix d'une Afrique qui ne subit pas la révolution numérique, mais qui la façonne. Une Afrique qui ne se contente pas de consommer en silence les technologies, mais qui les conçoit, les développe et les gouverne. Une Afrique qui fait du numérique un véritable instrument de souveraineté, de prospérité et d'intégration continentale. Le Burkina Faso demeure pleinement engagé aux côtés de l'UAT pour faire de cette ambition une réalité. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Excellent. Again, I repeat, we have 3 minutes for this statement. 3 minutes, Secretariat, next.
The next statement is from the Republic of Burundi.
Monsieur le Président de la conférence, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres et distingués délégués, permettez-moi au nom du gouvernement de la République du Burundi de féliciter le gouvernement de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour l'excellente organisation de cette conférence de plénipotentiaires et de remercier l'Union africaine des télécommunications pour son engagement constant en faveur du développement du numérique sur le continent. Le thème de cette conférence, Connectivité universelle et significativité, traduit une ambition commune que le Burundi partage pleinement. Nous sommes convaincus qu'un accès universel aux infrastructures numériques associé à des services numériques de qualité constitue un levier essentiel pour accélérer le développement économique, renforcer la gouvernance et améliorer les conditions de vie de nos populations. Au cours des dernières années, le Burundi a engagé d'importantes réformes pour faire du numérique un pilier de son développement. Ces efforts se traduisent notamment par l'adoption de la politique nationale du numérique sur la période 2026-2035, la mise en œuvre du plan directeur de digitalisation des services publics sur la période 2023-2033, le renforcement du cadre juridique et réglementaire des communications électroniques, ainsi que le développement progressif des infrastructures nationales à haut débit et des plateformes de services numériques destinés aux citoyens, aux entreprises et aux administrations publiques. Ces initiatives s'inscrivent dans la vision nationale du Burundi de devenir un pays émergent en 2040, un pays développé en 2060, en faisant du numérique un moteur de croissance inclusif, de création d'emplois, d'innovation et de transformation de l'action publique. À cet égard, le Burundi soutient pleinement les deux objectifs stratégiques du plan stratégique 2028-2031 de l'Union africaine des télécommunications. S'agissant du premier objectif relatif à l'accélération des infrastructures TIC et à la connectivité significative, notre priorité est d'étendre les réseaux à haut débit sur l'ensemble du territoire, de renforcer les infrastructures numériques nationales, de promouvoir le partage des infrastructures, de réduire la fracture numérique entre les zones urbaines et les zones rurales et de garantir un accès abordable aux services numériques. Concernant le second objectif relatif au développement des services et applications numériques, le Burundi poursuivra la digitalisation des services publics, le développement des compétences numériques, la cybersécurité, la protection des données à caractère personnel, ainsi que l'innovation numérique au service de l'économie, de l'éducation, de la santé et de l'inclusion financière. Le Burundi réaffirme également son engagement à contribuer activement à la mise en œuvre de la stratégie de transformation numérique de l'Union africaine à l'horizon 2030 ainsi qu'à l'agenda 2063. Nous sommes convaincus que le renforcement de la coopération régionale, le partage des bonnes pratiques, la mobilisation des investissements et le développement des capacités constituent des facteurs essentiels pour atteindre nos objectifs communs. À cet effet, nous encourageons l'Union africaine de télécommunications à poursuivre son appui aux États membres dans les domaines de développement des infrastructures, de l'harmonisation des politiques et réglementations, du renforcement des capacités, de la cybersécurité, de l'innovation ainsi que la mobilisation des partenariats techniques et financiers. Enfin, le Burundi réaffirme son attachement aux idéaux et aux missions de l'Union africaine de télécommunications et confirme sa volonté de continuer à contribuer activement à ses travaux ainsi qu'à honorer ses engagements en qualité d'État membre. Ensemble, faisons du numérique un véritable accélérateur de l'intégration africaine, de la prospérité partagée et du développement durable. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. I've just been informed that that was delivered right within time. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to the next statement now, Secretariat.
The next statement is from the Republic of Chad.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames, Messieurs du Bureau, distingués délégués, c'est un honneur pour moi de m'exprimer devant cette auguste assemblée au nom du gouvernement de la République du Tchad pour réaffirmer notre attachement aux idéaux panafricains de l'Union africaine des télécommunications. Je remercie chaleureusement le gouvernement et le peuple frère de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour l'accueil fraternel qui nous a été réservé dans cette belle ville d'Abuja, ainsi que le secrétaire général de l'IAT et son équipe pour l'excellente organisation de cette 7e session. Le thème de notre conférence, connectivité universelle et significative, traduit parfaitement l'ambition de notre continent, celle de bâtir une Afrique où chaque citoyen, où qu'il vive, peut accéder aux opportunités offertes par le numérique. Cette ambition est également celle du Tchad. Cependant, je voudrais attirer l'attention de cette auguste assemblée sur une réalité particulière. Le Tchad est aujourd'hui doublement victime en matière de connectivité. La première contrainte est géographique. Pays enclavé, sans accès à la mer, le Tchad supporte des coûts très élevés pour son accès aux infrastructures internationales de télécommunications. Cette situation ralentit le déploiement des réseaux, renchérit le coût de la connectivité et freine notre ambition d'une inclusion numérique totale. La seconde est d'ordre humanitaire. Depuis plus de 2 décennies, le Tchad accueille sur son sol des milliers de réfugiés ayant fui la violence des pays limitrophes. Cet engagement est un devoir de solidarité africain et de responsabilité internationale. Mais il exerce également une pression considérable sur nos infrastructures, notamment numériques, mais qui doivent répondre aux besoins croissants des populations hautes comme ceux des populations réfugiées. Dans ces conditions, assurer une connectivité universelle ne constitue pas uniquement un défi structurel, un défi national, c'est un défi africain qui appelle une réponse au collectif. C'est pourquoi le Tchad sollicite respectivement l'UAT accorde une attention particulière aux besoins spécifiques des pays enclavés et ceux qui supportent un lourd fardeau humanitaire. Nous souhaitons que ces réalités soient pleinement prises en compte dans les mécanismes de coopération technique, de financement, de développement des infrastructures et de renforcement des capacités. Pour sa part, sous le leadership du maréchal Mohamed Idriss Déby, président de la République, le gouvernement poursuit ses efforts afin de faire du numérique un véritable levier de développement, d'inclusion et de stabilité. La question des télécommunications est désormais une priorité stratégique pour nos États. J'invite la nouvelle équipe du secrétariat général de l'IAT à poursuivre l'élan intégrateur déjà engagé pour porter d'une seule voix la position de l'Afrique dans les forats internationaux du secteur. Je renouvelle ma gratitude au secrétaire général sortant et son équipe pour la qualité du travail accompli durant leur mandat. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you for the timely statement, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister from Chad. Thank you. We move to the next statement, Secretariat.
Yeah, the next statement, Honorable Chairman, is from the Republic of Congo.
Excellences, distingués délégués, c'est un honneur pour moi de m'adresser à cette 7e conférence des plénipotentiaires de notre Union au nom du gouvernement de la République du Congo. Je salue chaleureusement la République fédérale du Nigeria pour l'accueil et pour la qualité de l'organisation, ainsi que le secrétariat général pour le travail accompli au service de notre Union. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le monde compte aujourd'hui de nombreux internautes et pourtant notre continent demeure la région la moins connectée de la planète. À peine 4 Africains sur 10 accèdent à Internet. Derrière ce chiffre se dissimule une double fracture, une fracture d'accès, mais surtout une fracture d'usage qui sépare ceux qui sont couverts par un réseau de ceux qui en tirent réellement un bénéfice. Le coût des services, le déficit de compétences et les inégalités entre villes et campagnes constituent les contraintes les plus fortes. Combler cette fracture est l'affaire de tous. Cette option incontournable exige de notre Union un leadership fédérateur efficace et dynamique, capable de rassembler les États membres et d'accélérer le développement du numérique et des télécommunications en Afrique. Sous l'impulsion de son Excellence M. Denis Sassou Nguesso, président de la République, chef de l'État, le numérique est l'un des piliers du plan national de développement et la base programmatique de la stratégie nationale en matière de numérique. À travers le projet d'accélération de la transformation numérique, la République du Congo déploie ses infrastructures, modernise sa régulation et digitalise ses services publics et des paiements au bénéfice des citoyens. La République du Congo a fait de la cybersécurité et de la souveraineté numérique une exigence car il n'existe pas de connectivité de confiance sans protection des données des populations. Excellence, c'est fort de cette expérience que la République du Congo entend contribuer à l'échelle continentale au rayonnement de notre Union. À cette fin, mon pays présente la candidature du Congo au Conseil d'administration et de M. Luc Missilimbazi au poste de secrétaire général de l'Union africaine des télécommunications pour le prochain mandat 2027-2031. Notre candidat est un professionnel reconnu du secteur des télécommunications, familier des dossiers panafricains et rompu au dialogue avec l'ensemble des sous-régions. Nous formons le vœu que cette double candidature recueille le soutien des États membres au service d'une Afrique numérique plus résiliente, plus souveraine et plus solidaire. En renouvelant la gratitude à la République du Congo, à notre Union et à notre pays hôte, je souhaite plein succès à nos travaux. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the intervention. We'll now move to the next statement, Secretariat.
From the Arab Republic of Egypt. Egypt is not ready, so we'll go to the Republic of Kenya.
Excellencies, I read on the protocols established. Kenya extends her warm congratulations to the new chair on his election and appreciate the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the warm hospitality extended to the Kenyan delegation. We also commend the Secretariat for the preparations and the organization of this forum. Kenya's engagement with the African ATU is such a long-standing, dating back to 1999, when Nairobi hosted since when Nairobi has actually hosted the ATU Secretariat. And Kenya has had the privilege of contributing to Secretary Generals, including the current SG, the Honorable Omo. Our continued engagement reflects Kenya's firm belief in the importance of strong continental institutions and in advancing Africa's digital transformation. We want to take this opportunity to recognize the contribution of Mr. Omo during his tenure as SG over the 2 terms, that he has actually led the Union through a period of rapid technological change and contributed to strengthening ATU's visibility, partnerships, and engagement in the global ICT processes. Kenya thanks the member states for the support and confidence placed on our son and affirms his contribution to the Union's institutional development. Kenya's national experience demonstrates that digital transformation requires coordinated policy, infrastructure investment, and deliberate efforts to expand inclusion. Through the digital superhighway pillar of the current administration, Kenya is expanding backbone connectivity and extending digital infrastructure to underserved regions. Our e-citizen platform has significantly expanded access to government services, while innovation hubs are supporting digital skills, entrepreneurship, and technology development among our youth. Through the Universal Service Fund, we continue to address connectivity gaps in areas where commercial investment remains a challenge. Kenya's position is very clear. Africa's digital transformation must be people-centered, inclusive, coordinated, and focused, and on measurable development outcomes. Looking ahead, we consider three priorities, the Chair. First, policy and regulatory coordination. Africa must strengthen our common approaches, harmonize standards where appropriate, and develop shared positions that enable member states to participate more effectively in global digital processes. Secondly, infrastructure and digital inclusion. The Union must support accelerated cross-border connectivity and ensure that underserved communities, markets, and populations are deliberately brought into the digital economy. Thirdly, people and institutional capacity. Africa's digital future will depend on the skills of the people and the ability of our institutions to deliver. Digital skills development and the strengthening of the ATU secretariat capacity must therefore be core priorities. These priorities must be supported by clear implementation frameworks, adequate resources, and measurable indicators of progress. The Union must mainstream artificial intelligence as a driver of innovation while continuing to invest in related capacity building and inclusivity so that no community is left behind. Kenya remains committed with the incoming leadership, the Secretariat and all member states to strengthen the Union and advance a connected, competitive, and digitally sovereign Africa. And as we have done throughout our membership, Kenya is committed to maintain our financial contribution to the Union and to provide support that will be required to further coast the Union to deliver on Africa's digital transformation. While we have you here, allow me to further request that Kenya is actually going to present itself for the ITU Council member election, and that I appeal to member states to actually support us in that process. Finally, as I conclude, allow me to also extend a warm invitation to all member states to Nairobi to join us for the Internet Governance Forum scheduled in December, 14th to 18th December, where we look forward to welcoming you to Kenya as we continue our global dialogue on building a secure, resilient, and digital future. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished PS. We'll now move to the next statement, Secretary.
Yeah, the next statement is from the Arab Republic of Egypt. They are now ready.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Busum Tijani, Minister of Communications, Innovation, Digital Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the government and people of Nigeria for their warm hospitality and for hosting this important meeting. I also wish to commend the hard work of the Secretariat of the African Telecommunications Union under the capable leadership of Dr. John Omo and his distinguished team. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, Africa has witnessed remarkable progress throughout the past decade in the development of the ICT sector. It was impressive to see our African countries thrive in developing their digital infrastructure, build the capacities of their human resources, and strive to build a digitally transformed economy. I wish to commend the efforts exerted on both national and regional levels on that front. Throughout the past decade, the number of internet users has almost doubled, surging from 340 million to around 680 million, with the penetration rate topping to 43%. Covering more than 91% of the African population with mobile is a remarkable success. However, despite the tremendous achievements we have collectively attained, challenges remain ahead. Africa is still lagging behind in internet connectivity, where more than 60% of the population remains offline. Moreover, investment in digital infrastructure and data centers is crucial and necessitates a more robust commitment. Excellencies, brothers and sisters, allow me to commend the work done by the African Union Working Group on Artificial Intelligence for their significant achievement to conclude an African common position on that important issue. Developing a conducive AI ecosystem and embracing trustworthy and ethical AI governance framework is of crucial importance for our societies to fully leverage the virtues of AI while mitigating its associated risks and dangers. Investment in capacity building is a key prerequisite to develop ICT areas in our countries. Against that backdrop, Egypt's Ministry of Communications and Information Technology has organized since 2005 numerous training programs targeting African ICT experts offered by the ministry's various institutes, with a view to enhance African capacities and invest in our human resources. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, while we highly value the work done by the African Telecommunications Union to articulate an African common position in multiple international platforms, yet we strongly believe that the ATU should play a more robust role to contribute to the development of the digital sector in Africa, as well as to harness the new and emerging technologies to expedite socioeconomic development of our countries. Integrating African digital markets, harmonization of policies, and building African capacities should also be prioritized. And to fulfill the mandate of the ATU and the purpose it was founded for, and to expedite the implementation of the African Union's Agenda 2063. Moreover, we need to deepen our strategic partnership with international partners to accelerate the development of ICT sectors in our countries. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as I conclude, I wish to reaffirm Egypt's steadfast commitment to advance the African digital agenda. We will spare no efforts to partner with our African brothers and sisters to develop and sustain the digital transformation of our continent. In that context, it gives me great pleasure to present Egypt's candidature for re-election to the ITU Council for the period 2027-2030. Egypt has proudly been serving Africa in its capacity as a member of the Council since 1973, and it's firmly committed to advance the work of the Union across its various sectors. Furthermore, I have the honor to announce the nomination of Dr. Mohammed Al-Moghazi for the membership of the Radio Regulations Board, RRB, representing Region B Africa for the term 2027-2030. Many of you are familiar with Dr. Al-Moghazi, who is the prominent member of the African radio communication community. He has served as the Executive Director of Radio Spectrum International Affairs at the National Telecommunications Regulatory Authority of Egypt, and he enjoys extensive expertise in spectrum management and radio communication-related matters. Throughout his career, he has extensively contributed to the work of the ITU radio communication sector, as well as to the activities of the ATU. Dr. Al-Moghazi stands ready to engage with all delegations to further elaborate on his vision. We count on your support for his nomination, and as I conclude, I wish you all very successful conference and fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Ambassador. We now move to the next comment, Secretariat.
Yeah, the next statement is from the Kingdom of Lesotho.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ministers, Secretary General of African Telecommunication Union, heads of delegation, distinguished delegates. The Kingdom of Lesotho brings His Majesty's regards to the President and the people of Nigeria, and also thanks the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the African Telecommunication Union for hosting this 7th ordinary session of the Conference of Plenipotentiaries, and commends the government of Nigeria for its warm hospitality in Abuja. One lesson Lesotho has learned as chair of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Communication and ICT is that Africa is most influential when it speaks with one voice. That unity matters now, as CPL-26 finalizes Africa's common position ahead of the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference in Doha, and also considers a new strategic plan for 2027 to 2031. And lastly, as it prepares to elect the Union's next leadership, our influence will be measured not by the number of our delegations, but by the strength of our common voice. Nationally, guided by our National Strategic Development Plan, the African Union frameworks, and our National Digital Transformation Strategy, Lesotho has advanced digital governance policies on artificial intelligence, data management, and broadband and shared infrastructure, while also strengthening cybersecurity, digital public infrastructure, and digital government. Lesotho further notes the accelerating convergence of digital public infrastructure and artificial intelligence as foundation to our shared digital future. We request that CPL-26 include within Africa's common proposal for Doha, a proposal to strengthen the relevant ITU instrument on digital transformation, mandating the Telecommunication Development Bureau to develop with regional telecommunication organizations a digital public infrastructure framework and a companion voluntary AI-ready data governance framework addressing interoperability, data safeguards, inclusive design, with particular regard to the landlocked developing countries, least developed countries, and small states. Lesotho supports reforms that make our union more agile and better equipped for emerging technology, and places two further requests on record. First, on the language provisions proposed under the amendments to Article 6, Lesotho calls on ATU to treat all official languages of the Union on equal footing in its documentation, deliberations, and outreach. Second, regarding the proposed renaming under the amendments to Article 10, Lesotho proposes the name African Digital Development Conference rather than African Digital Transformation Summit for the elevated technical and development conference, which may also convene an African Digital Development Summit as its ministerial segment. In conclusion, Lesotho remains fully committed to working with all member states to ensure that Africa not only shapes the future, the digital future, but helps lead it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lesotho. We'll move to the next statement, Secretariat.
Next statement is from the Republic of Malawi.
Mr. John Omo, Secretary General of the Africa Telecommunications Union, Honorable Dr. Bosom Tijen, Minister of Communications and Innovation and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Ministers, Heads of Delegation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Government of the Republic of Malawi, I extend our sincere appreciation of the African Telecommunications Union for convening this historic 7th Ordinary Session of the Conference of Plenipotentiaries here in Abuja. Bringing Africa together to shape our common digital future is a remarkable achievement. Mr. Secretary General, I congratulate you and your dedicated team for the successful organization of this conference. I also express our profound gratitude to the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the warm hospitality extended to every delegate. My Minister, Honorable Dr. Shadrack Namalomba, conveys his sincere appreciation to his friend and colleague, Honorable Dr. Bosom Tijen. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Malawi, under the leadership of His Excellency Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika, remains firmly committed to building an inclusive digital economy. During his State of the Nation address this March, the President directed all government ministries, departments, and agencies to accelerate digital transformation in order to improve public service delivery and drive national development. Our strategy is anchored on three priorities. First, We are digitalizing government services through the Department of E-Government and Malawi Digital Acceleration Project. These initiatives are strengthening digital infrastructure, improving efficiency, enhancing transparency, and enabling better delivery of the public service. Second, we are investing in digital education by expanding access to computer laboratories, digital learning platforms, and modern ICT facilities in schools. We believe that equipping our young people with digital skills is essential for building a competitive knowledge-based economy. Third, we are addressing the challenge of last-mile connectivity. While our major investment continues in broadband infrastructure, we are extending connectivity to schools, health facilities, and public institutions across the country. For remote communities, Malawi is embracing innovative satellite technology to ensure that no citizen is left behind in the digital revolution. At the regional level, Malawi is honored to serve as the chair of the Communications Regulators Association of Southern Africa following a successful hosting of the annual general meeting in Lilongwe. We have also fulfilled our membership obligation to the African Telecommunications Union and remain fully committed to supporting its work. Distinguished delegates, Africa's digital future must be shaped by Africans. The Africa Telecommunications Union remains central to harmonizing policies, strengthening digital sovereignty, building capacity for emerging technologies, and ensuring that every African benefits from meaningful connectivity. Let us continue working together to build a digitally connected, innovative, and prosperous Africa. Thanks for your kind attention.
Many thanks, Malawi. We move to the next statement.
The next statement is from the Republic of Mali.
Merci. Monsieur le Président de la 7e conférence des plénipotentiaires de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, Mesdames et Messieurs, à vos titres, grades et qualités, tout protocole observé. Permettez-moi tout d'abord, au nom du président de la transition, chef de l'État, Son Excellence le général d'armée Assimi Goïta, au nom du gouvernement de la République du Mali, au nom du peuple malien et des populations de la Confédération de l'Alliance des États du Sahel et en mon nom propre, d'exprimer notre profonde gratitude au gouvernement et au peuple frère de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour l'accueil chaleureux qui nous est réservé, ainsi que pour l'excellente organisation de cette 7e conférence ordinaire de la conférence des plénipotentiaires de l'Union africaine des télécommunications. Je voudrais aussi saluer et rendre un hommage mérité à la République serbe démocratique algérienne populaire pour le leadership exemplaire dont elle a fait preuve durant son mandat à la présidence de la 6e conférence des plénipotentiaires de l'Union africaine des télécommunications. Je voudrais également rendre un hommage appuyé au secrétaire général sortant de l'IAT, M. John Omo, pour son leadership, son engagement et les efforts qu'il a déployés en faveur du renforcement de la coopération africaine dans le secteur des télécommunications et du numérique, qu'il reçoive ici les sincères félicitations et la reconnaissance du Mali. J'adresse enfin mes salutations fraternelles à toutes les délégations présentes, dont la participation traduit notre volonté commune de construire une Afrique plus intégrée, plus innovante et plus souveraine sur le plan numérique. Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués participants, pour le Mali, cette conférence revêt une importance particulière. Elle intervient à un moment où nos États sont appelés à relever les défis majeurs. Il s'agit, entre autres, d'accélérer l'accès universel aux services numériques, de renforcer la gestion efficace du spectre des fréquences, de développer des infrastructures résilientes, de promouvoir la cybersécurité, d'accompagner l'essor de l'intelligence artificielle et de mobiliser les financements pour réduire durablement la facture numérique. Face à ces enjeux, le Mali demeure convaincu que la solidarité africaine, le partage d'expériences et le renforcement de notre coopération au sein de l'IAT constituent des leviers essentiels pour bâtir un écosystème numérique inclusif et compétitif au service du développement de notre continent. C'est dans cet esprit que la République du Mali réaffirme sa disponibilité à poursuivre son engagement au sein des instances dirigeantes de notre organisation. À cet effet, j'ai l'honneur d'annoncer officiellement la candidature du Mali au renouvellement de son mandat au sein du Conseil d'administration de l'Union africaine des télécommunications. Nous sollicitons humblement le soutien et la confiance des États membres afin de poursuivre avec responsabilité et esprit de coopération notre contribution au rayonnement et au renforcement de notre Union. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Merci, Honorable Minister from Mali. We now move to the next statement.
The next statement is from the Kingdom of Morocco.
Votre Excellence, Monsieur le ministre-président de la CPL 2026, Madame la secrétaire générale de l'UIT, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'UAT, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chefs de délégation, représentants des organisations régionales et représentants des États membres, distingués délégués, honorable assistance. Au nom du gouvernement du Royaume du Maroc, je tiens à adresser nos sincères remerciements au gouvernement et au peuple de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour l'accueil chaleureux, l'excellence de l'organisation, la générosité de leur hospitalité. Je saisis également cette occasion pour saluer l'action du secrétaire général sortant, de son équipe, de l'ensemble des États membres, dont l'engagement constant a contribué au renforcement institutionnel et opérationnel de notre Union. Excellences distinguées déléguées, fidèles à la vision de Sa Majesté le Roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, en faveur de la coopération Sud-Sud, le Royaume du Maroc demeure pleinement disposé à mettre son expérience et son expertise au service des États membres, en accompagnement des objectifs stratégiques de l'UAT, notamment pour le prochain cycle d'activité. À cet égard, plusieurs progrès ont été accomplis par le Royaume sur le plan numérique ces dernières années. En effet, le Maroc s'est engagé dans la conception, la mise en œuvre de stratégies successives de développement des télécommunications, des technologies de l'information. La plus récente, la stratégie digitale Morocco 2030, qui prévoit à l'horizon 2030 un investissement de 1,1 milliard de dollars américains, la création de 240 000 emplois directs, une contribution de 10 milliards de dollars américains au PIB national, portant ainsi le chiffre d'affaires à l'export-service à 4 milliards de dollars. La mise en œuvre également de la stratégie nationale de cybersécurité 2030, fondée sur une gouvernance renforcée, la protection des infrastructures critiques, a permis au Royaume d'améliorer significativement sa performance dans l'indice mondial de cybersécurité, intégrant ainsi le tier 1. Et enfin, à travers l'initiative Morocco AI 2030, avec l'ambition de générer 100 milliards de dirhams de valeur ajoutée et de créer 50 000 emplois spécialisés et de former plus de 200 000 talents à l'horizon 2030. Excellences, distingués délégués, ces orientations stratégiques se traduisent aujourd'hui par des résultats concrets. Le réseau 4G couvre désormais la quasi-totalité du territoire national et la 5G commerciale, déployée simultanément par les 3 opérateurs nationaux depuis novembre 2025, est d'ores et déjà accessible à près de 50% de la population, portée par un effort d'investissement estimé à près de 8 milliards de dollars. Parallèlement, le déploiement de la fibre optique se poursuit à un rythme soutenu, avec une couverture actuelle atteint déjà à environ 13% des ménages et l'ambition de la porter à 55% à l'horizon 2030. Excellences, distingués délégués, dans le prolongement de sa vision, le Royaume a lancé plusieurs initiatives ouvertes à l'ensemble des pays africains en cohérence avec les priorités du plan stratégique de l'UAT 2027-2031. Il s'agit d'abord du réseau Jazari Institute, qui allie à la fois le développement des compétences, la recherche et l'innovation dans le domaine de l'IA au service du secteur productif. Il y a également le Hub Digital for Sustainable Development, D4SD, développé en partenariat avec le PNUD, qui s'articule autour de 3 composantes complémentaires. D'abord, une évaluation de la maturité des écosystèmes IA, AI Assessment, le renforcement des compétences et la co-construction d'une AI Marketplace. Par ailleurs, le Royaume développe le méga data center Igoudag numérique d'Arla avec une capacité de 500 MW, conçu pour être un corridor numérique régional transfrontalier destiné à renforcer les capacités africaines d'hébergement, de traitement et d'échange sécurisé des données. Excellences, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Royaume du Maroc réaffirme son attachement à une gouvernance efficace, transparente et durable de notre Union. À ce titre, il exprime son soutien à la mise à niveau des instruments juridiques de l'UAT, à la mise en œuvre des plans stratégiques et financiers 2027-2031, instruments essentiels au renforcement de la capacité de l'Union. Je voudrais saisir cette occasion pour porter à votre aimable connaissance que le Royaume du Maroc se positionne à nouveau pour intégrer le futur conseil administratif de l'UAT. Le Royaume est également candidat aux élections du Conseil de l'Union internationale des télécommunications ainsi qu'au comité du règlement des radiocommunications RRB. À cet égard, le Royaume du Maroc apprécierait vivement le soutien des États membres à ces candidatures lors de ces prochaines échéances électorales. Nous demeurons convaincus que cette confiance permettra au Maroc de poursuivre sa contribution active au renforcement de la coopération africaine et internationale dans les domaines des télécommunications et de la transformation numérique. Je vous remercie pour votre écoute.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Ambassador. We'll now move to the next statement, Secretariat.
The next statement is from the Republic of Mozambique.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. The administration of the Republic of Mozambique is truly honored to participate on this 7th Plenipotentiary Conference of the African Telecommunication Union. Allow me at this opportunity to thank our host, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for the exceptional and warm hospitality extended to us since arrival. We must also acknowledge the meticulous work that was gone into the planning and designated gathering, and profound thanks to the Secretariat of the ATU for staying on course on ensuring the Union service the broadest telecommunication fraternity in Africa. Excellencies, Mozambique has recently established the Ministry of Communication and Digital Transformation with a clear mandate of ensuring digital inclusion and modernization of the public infrastructure, promoting decentralization and expanding access to quality service to every citizen. This is essential to support the vision of digital transformation and economic that Mozambique has embarked on. Under this ministry, Mozambique is implementing strategic programs that expand access, strengthen digital governance, and stimulate innovation. Among them, the Internet for All, initiative to expand broadband connectivity nationwide by providing free internet access in public schools and establishing digital plazas and digital libraries across all provinces, ensuring that learning, knowledge, and opportunity are within everyone's reach. Administrative assessment of the 5G spectrum, expanding that by the end of 2026, the country benefits from 5G services in all major urban centers, industry zones, economic hubs, and areas with the population density. With the special focus on education, operators will ensure broadband connectivity for at least 3,000 schools and 1,000 community institutions, health centers, and public spaces nationwide. The big data project, launched in partnership with the Security and Defense National Forces to an emergency and natural disaster response entity, harness data analysis and artificial intelligence to support early warning system and disaster risk management. The Think Lab Mozambique Innovation, an app established by the regulator in September 2026 to empower young entrepreneurs and digital creators, fostering creating entrepreneurship and skills for the digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, Mozambique firmly believes that digital inclusion and data-driven governance are central to sustain development. We continue to invest in infrastructure, cybersecurity, digital literacy, geospatial intelligence, and the talent from young people, ensure that connectivity leads to tangible social economic transformation. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude by reaffirming Mozambique's commitment to continue working actively with the African Telecommunication Union, the International Telecommunication Union, regional organizations, regulators, member states, and development partners in building a more inclusive, resilient, secure, and sustainable digital future in Africa. Together, let us build an inclusive and meaningful connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mozambique. We'll now move on to Senegal.
The next statement is from the Republic of Senegal.
At least we will take it from here. We have the names now so that we save on some minutes.
Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, je voudrais exprimer nos sincères remerciements au gouvernement de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour son accueil chaleureux et au secrétariat général de l'UAT pour l'excellente organisation de cette 7e conférence des plénipotentiaires. Je tiens également à saluer le leadership de M. John Omo, dont l'engagement a contribué à renforcer le rôle et la visibilité de notre Union. Cette conférence intervient à un moment décisif pour notre continent. Le numérique constitue désormais un levier essentiel de développement, d'intégration, d'innovation et de souveraineté. Face aux défis de la connectivité, des infrastructures résilientes, de la cybersécurité, de l'intelligence artificielle et du développement des compétences, une conviction nous rassemble. L'Afrique ne réussira pleinement sa transformation numérique qu'en renforçant sa coopération et en portant une voix commune. C'est précisément la mission de l'UAT. Le Sénégal salue les résultats du plan stratégique 2022-2026 et soutient l'ambition du plan stratégique 2027-2031, qui devra renforcer l'accompagnement des États membres dans le développement des infrastructures numériques, le renforcement des capacités, la gouvernance des technologies émergentes et la mobilisation de partenariats. Dans cette dynamique, le Sénégal présente sa candidature au conseil d'administration de l'UAT pour le mandat 2027-2030. Fort de son engagement constant au sein de notre Union, notre pays souhaite poursuivre sa contribution au renforcement de la gouvernance de l'UAT et à la mise en œuvre des priorités communes de notre continent. Nous sollicitons à cet effet le soutien des États membres. Au niveau national, le Sénégal met en œuvre le New Deal technologique, une stratégie ambitieuse fondée sur la souveraineté numérique, la connectivité universelle, la modernisation des services publics et le développement de l'innovation, en parfaite cohérence avec les objectifs de notre Union. À l'approche de la conférence des plénipotentiaires de l'UIT à Doha, nous devrons également poursuivre nos efforts pour défendre des positions africaines fortes et concertées. Le Sénégal sollicite à cet égard le soutien des États membres à sa candidature au Conseil de l'Union internationale des télécommunications pour le mandat 2027-2030, avec la volonté de contribuer activement à une gouvernance mondiale du numérique plus inclusive, plus équilibrée et attentive aux priorités de l'Afrique. Le Sénégal réaffirme son engagement à soutenir les initiatives de l'UAT et à œuvrer avec l'ensemble des États membres au renforcement de notre coopération. Plus que jamais, l'Afrique doit parler d'une seule voix afin de bâtir un espace numérique souverain, inclusif et résilient. Ensemble, faisons de notre Union le catalyseur de cette ambition et affirmons la place de l'Afrique dans la gouvernance mondiale du numérique. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. We now move on to Tanzania.
Excellencies and the distinguished delegates, on behalf of the government and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania, I extend our warmest greetings to you all. The United Republic of Tanzania applauds the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for hosting this important event, and we commend the African Telecommunications Union for its continued commitment in advancing Africa's digital transformation agenda. Distinguished delegates, since the previous Plenipotentiary Conference held in 2022, the United Republic of Tanzania has continued to make significant progress in building a strong digital foundation through a number of initiatives. First, the national ICT broadband backbone continues to expand with more than 15 kilometers of fiber optic infrastructure covering all regions of Tanzania and serving 7 neighboring countries, and currently extending connectivity to DRC, Congo via Lake Tanganyika. The United Republic of Tanzania is currently connected to 3 active submarine cables, 6 internet exchange points, and 5 data centers. Through the Digital Tanzania project, supported by development partners including the World Bank, Tanzania has enhanced the connectivity to government, businesses, and citizens. Mobile subscriptions exceed 117 million, while internet penetration has grown to 89% as of June 2026. In connecting the underserved and unserved and underserved areas, 24% of all communication towers in the country have been rolled out through Universal Access Fund, contributing to improved rural coverage, and the 4G and the 5G population coverage has extended to 94.4% and 34.2% respectively. These achievements demonstrate the United Republic of Tanzania's commitment to ensuring that digital transformation reaches citizens, businesses, institutions, and the communities across the country. Distinguished delegates, Tanzania Development Vision 2050 and Tanzania's Digital Economy Strategic Framework 2024-2034 provides a comprehensive roadmap for the national digital transformation through enabling infrastructure, digital public services, interoperability, and the responsible integration of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. However, recognizing that connectivity alone is not enough, Africa must focus on a meaningful connectivity that is affordable, secure, reliable, and inclusive to improve the daily lives of our people. The United Republic of Tanzania is therefore putting high priority on digital transformation, ensuring school connectivity, education, health, and the government services affordability. The government is also giving high regard to local content and public-private partnership to reduce barriers to access. The United Republic of Tanzania reaffirms its commitment to supporting the Union's strategic goals. We assure the Union of our continued financial support with our current contribution of USD 50,000, which is already equivalent to twice the proposed adjusted floor contribution level. We urge all member states to stay committed to our vows in supporting the Union through membership contributions, which are vital for the Union's realization of its goals. Before I conclude my statement, I have a very humble request to our fellow member states that the United Republic of Tanzania respectfully seeks the support of fellow member states for its continued service at the ATU Administrative Council, where it remains committed to contributing actively to the Union's work and advancing Africa's shared digital development priorities. The United Republic of Tanzania further requests the support of fellow member states for its candidature for the ITU Council for the 2027-2030 term, which would enable the country to continue exercising leadership in promoting African interests and strengthening the continent's voice in global telecommunications and digital policy. In conclusion, the United Republic of Tanzania assures its commitment in supporting ATU initiatives and to contributing actively to Africa's shared digital future. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Tanzania. We now go to Tunisia.
Votre Excellence Kashim Shettima, vice-président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Son Excellence Monsieur le ministre des Télécommunications, Bosso Nadjani, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'African Telecommunication Union, Monsieur John Omo, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, chers collègues du corps diplomatique distingué, invités. Au nom de la République tunisienne, qu'il me soit permis d'adresser vos vifs remerciements au gouvernement de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour la chaleur de son accueil, ainsi qu'au secrétariat de l'Union africaine des télécommunications pour la qualité de l'organisation de cette 7e session ordinaire de la conférence des plénipotentiaires. Nous félicitons également l'Algérie d'avoir la fibre optique et ouverture en février 2025 de l'ère de la 5G. Aujourd'hui, plus de 84% des Tunisiens ont accès à Internet et près de 90% sont connectés à Internet mobile, le fruit d'une volonté de faire de la connectivité un droit et non un privilège. Convaincu de l'intelligence artificielle sera le grand égalisateur du XXIe siècle, la Tunisie bâtit un écosystème national intégré, éthique et souverain, et plaide pour une gouvernance de l'intelligence artificielle fondée sur les droits de l'homme, la transparence des algorithmes et la protection des données. La Tunisie porte une vision ambitieuse pour l'avenir de l'UAT, appelée à devenir davantage qu'une organisation de coordination, donc un véritable moteur de l'intégration numérique africaine. Notre stratégie repose sur 5 priorités. Accélérer les infrastructures numériques continentales, terrestres, sous-marines et satellitaires. Renforcer la cybersécurité et la souveraineté numérique. Harmoniser les politiques pour un marché numérique africain unifié. Investir dans les compétences, la recherche et l'intelligence artificielle. Et moderniser la gouvernance de l'Union. Cette vision doit permettre à notre continent de passer d'une Afrique consommatrice de technologie à une Afrique qui conçoit, développe et exporte ses propres solutions numériques. Portée par cet esprit de solidarité panafricaine, la Tunisie soumet sa candidature au conseil d'administration de l'UAT et présente la candidature de M. Faisal Bayouli au poste de secrétaire général. Une candidature d'expérience, de dialogue et d'engagement, forte de l'expertise tunisienne dans l'organisation des grandes assises des TIC du SMSI 2005 et la 23e session du conseil d'administration en 2022. Si elle est élue au Conseil, la Tunisie mettra son expérience et sa capacité à fédérer au service de tous les États membres, en œuvrant pour une UAT plus innovante et orientée vers l'action. Elle encouragera les projets régionaux structurants, le partage d'expertise, l'émergence d'un écosystème africain de l'innovation et de l'intelligence artificielle, ainsi que la mobilisation de nouveaux partenariats et financements pour les infrastructures et les compétences et la recherche. Notre conviction est simple. L'avenir numérique de l'Afrique se construira ensemble. Vive une Afrique numériquement souveraine, intégrée et prospère. Je vous remercie pour votre attention. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Tunisia. We move on to Uganda.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Secretary General of ATU, Excellencies, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Uganda congratulates the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for hosting this 7th ordinary session of the African Telecommunication Union. We also pay tribute to the outgoing leadership of the African Telecommunication Union for its exemplary stewardship over the past 3 years. Under your leadership, our continent has spoken with greater confidence and coherence on global telecommunications and digital policy. Since the last conference of Plenipotentiaries, Uganda has accelerated investments in digital infrastructure as a catalyst for national development, guided by our Vision 2040, the Digital Transformation Roadmap, and the 4th National Development Plan. We're expanding broadband connectivity, strengthening digital public infrastructure, improving cybersecurity, promoting digital skills, and supporting innovation-driven enterprises that create jobs and improve livelihoods. Our communication sector continues to demonstrate resilience and steady growth. Sustained public and private sector investment is driving the expansion of mobile broadband services. The national backbone infrastructure is reaching more communities, and digital platforms are transforming how citizens access government services, education, healthcare, and financial services. Through the Uganda Communication Universal Access Fund, we are extending connectivity to underserved communities because meaningful connectivity must reach every citizen, not only those living in our cities. Looking ahead, Uganda remains firmly committed to building an inclusive, secure, and innovative-driven digital economy. Our priorities under the National Development Plan include affordable broadband, trusted digital identity, artificial intelligence, data governance, resilient digital infrastructure, digital entrepreneurship, and the skills needed to prepare our young population for the opportunities for the 4th industrial revolution. These priorities align with Africa's broader ambition to move from being consumers of technology to becoming creators of digital solutions for our continent and beyond. Uganda, therefore, strongly supports the African Telecom Union proposed strategic goals. As Uganda, we reaffirm our commitment to working with the African Telecommunication Union, the African Union, the International Telecommunication Union, and all member states to deliver Africa's digital transformation strategy. Thankfully, the African Telecommunication Union Conference of Plenipotentiaries has harmonized our African position in preparation for ITU PP-26, which is set to take place in Doha, Qatar in November this year. I take this opportunity, colleagues and friends, to inform Your Excellencies that Uganda is seeking re-election to ITU Council for the 2027-2030 cycle, representing the African region. Respectfully, Your Excellencies, Uganda seeks your support because the future we seek is not simply a digitally connected Africa. It's an Africa that innovates together, that competes together, and that prospers together. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Uganda. We now move on to Zambia.
Thank you, Chairman, Honorable Minister, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Zambia, I extend our sincere appreciation to the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the warm hospitality accorded to our delegation and to the ATU for convening this important ministerial meeting. Zambia has made significant progress in advancing its digital transformation agenda.
We have launched and are implementing the National Digital Transformation Strategy, while the Smart Zambia program continues to modernize public service delivery through citizen-centered digital government services. We are also implementing the National Broadband Strategy, supported by investments in the national fiber backbone and the last mile connectivity to expand affordable broadband services. These efforts, Mr. Chairman, have increased mobile broadband coverage, improved connectivity for schools, health facilities, and public institutions. Looking ahead, Mr. Chairman, Zambia's priority is to accelerate digital economic transformation by expanding resilient digital infrastructure, promoting universal connectivity, strengthening digital skills, and fostering innovation through an enabling policy and regulatory environment. These priorities are fully aligned with the ATU Strategic Plan 2027 to 2031 and the African Union Digital Transformation Agenda. As a founding member state of the ATU, Zambia remains fully committed to the growth and success of our union. We will continue to support ATU initiatives through policy collaboration, knowledge sharing, and the exchange of best practice. We believe the union can further strengthen member states through enhanced technical capacity, harmonized regulatory framework, greater investment in digital infrastructure, and closer regional cooperation in emerging technologies, cybersecurity, and spectrum management. In further demonstrating our commitment to a stronger and more sustainable union, the government of the Republic of Zambia is pleased to announce improvements to our financial contribution from half to full. Before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, allow me to reaffirm Zambia's long-standing contribution to the ATU. Notable among these is seconding one of our best citizens, Engineer Kezia Smwalem, to the union in 2012. We are proud that he has made significant contribution to the ATU transformation. This transformation has enabled the attraction of 13 member states over the 14 years of his service to the union as Director for Digital Services. His service underscores passion, resilience, digital diplomacy, strong and clear track record, all of which are key to continued transformation of the ATU. It is for this reason that Zambia has presented Engineer Mwalem for the position of ATU Secretary General. We respectfully invite member states to positively consider his proven expertise, extensive experience, and commitment to our shared vision as we seek leadership that will take the ATU to even greater heights. As we move forward, Mr. Chairman, together, let us remember that deepened impact of the ATU would depend on our collective resolve to connect every citizen, empower every community, and unlock Africa's digital potential. Zambia is proud to be part of that journey since 1977. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We will now. Yeah. So the list is actually closed. So we're just going to go through the final set of countries and partners and international and regional organizations. So at this point, I invite Zimbabwe to take the floor. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Secretary General of the African Telecommunications Union, Excellencies, distinguished heads of delegations. Since 1977, the African Telecommunications Union has carried a singular, vital mission to connect our continent. Today, as we pursue Agenda 2063, the dream of a fully integrated, prosperous digital Africa is written within and amongst us as it is within reach. But realizing that dream requires more than shared policies. It requires shared responsibility. It requires a union that is fully resourced, well-governed, and relentlessly focused on the future. Mr. Chairman, for Zimbabwe, commitment is an action to build a connected Africa. This union must be financially secure. For Zimbabwe, commitment is an action. That is why we are proud to stand amongst the top-tier contributors to the ATU's resources. We do not merely pledge our support, we deliver our contributions consistently and on time every single year, because we know that financial predictability is the engine of our collective progress. Zimbabwe commits to maintain the current 75,000 contribution annually. To build an inclusive, sustainable, connected Africa, this union also requires rigorous, transparent governance. Here again, commitment is an action. Zimbabwe has brought its expertise directly to the core organs of the ATU, serving on the Administrative Council and having had the privilege of chairing the Finance and Administrative Committee. We have championed accountability and efficiency. We roll up our sleeves to ensure that every resource is maximized for the benefit of all member states. Excellencies, as we look forward to the 2027-2030 governance cycle, the path ahead is clear. We must harmonize our frameworks, secure our digital economies, and bridge the financial gaps in broadband access. To achieve this, the Union needs leadership that has been tested. It requires member states who have proven their dedication to not just through declarations, but through their track record. Zimbabwe is that partner. We have served diligently, we have contributed consistently, and we are ready to do more. We humbly ask for the continued support of this august House as we look towards serving in the upcoming governance cycle. We ask for your trust because, as our history in the Union proves, when Zimbabwe makes a promise to Africa, commitment is an action. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, Zimbabwe seeks the member states' invaluable support for the re-election of Dr. Cosmas Zavazava for the ITU Director of the Development Bureau, the BDT. His track record during his first term is testimony to his commitment to inclusive and sustainable digital Africa. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now proceed to Cameroon. Cameroon.
Thank you. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'UAT, distingués délégués participants à la CPL-26, c'est avec un plaisir particulier que je prends la parole au nom de la délégation du Cameroun. J'adresse mes vives et chaleureuses félicitations à Monsieur le Président pour son élection à la présidence du bureau de cette conférence, ainsi qu'à l'ensemble des membres du bureau. Je suis persuadé que sous son leadership, les délibérations vont produire des résultats probants et susceptibles de faire des TIC de la connectivité significative et la transformation numérique durable des objectifs majeurs des politiques publiques africaines. Le Cameroun aux côtés des autres nations africaines, s'engage à faire de la réalisation de ces objectifs le levier garant de la qualité de services offerts aux populations en cohérence avec les objectifs de développement durable de l'agenda 2063. C'est l'occasion de rappeler que la collaboration avec l'UAT et son appui demeurent essentiels afin d'atteindre ces objectifs. Le Cameroun, État fondateur de l'UPAT devenu UAT, va accroître sa participation aux activités de l'UAT en tant qu'acteur de choix pour la poursuite du programme de développement des télécommunications et de TIC en Afrique. Pour matérialiser cet engagement, le gouvernement de mon pays, sous l'impulsion de son Excellence, M. Paul Biya, chef de l'État, président de la République, s'est engagé dans la transformation digitale de la société camerounaise à travers la mise en œuvre de la stratégie nationale de développement à l'horizon 2030, SND 30. En plus du développement d'une infrastructure de connectivité et la diversification de l'offre de services, les actions marquantes portent sur le développement de l'économie numérique, la cybersécurité, la lutte contre la cybercriminalité, la protection en ligne des enfants, la promotion de l'intelligence artificielle et la protection des données à caractère personnel, etc. Le Cameroun est à cet égard reconnaissant du rôle et de l'importance de l'UAT dans le développement des technologies émergentes, outils prometteurs d'émergence des pays en voie de développement. Pour les priorités de notre Union dans les années à venir, le Cameroun va jouer sa partition par l'augmentation de sa part contributive à $50 000 US au regard de la demande faite par le secrétaire général. La contribution au fonds de bourse de l'Union, l'appui nécessaire aux efforts en vue du retour effectif du siège de l'Union à Kinshasa. D'autre part, le Cameroun est prêt à accueillir la 8e conférence de plénipotentiaires de l'UAT en 2030. Le Cameroun manifeste également l'intérêt pour abriter la conférence des plénipotentiaires de l'Union internationale de télécommunications en 2034. Les présentes assises nous offrent l'occasion d'avoir un nouveau leadership capable de relever les défis futurs. À cette fin, j'annonce que le Cameroun présente la candidature de M. Otto Valéry Hilaire au poste de secrétaire général de l'UAT. C'est une des compétences africaines pétries d'expérience qui a fait preuve de leadership innovant dans sa longue carrière professionnelle au niveau national et international. Le gouvernement du Cameroun, avec le soutien des pays frères, est convaincu que notre Union a besoin de ce genre de leadership incarné, de cette expérience pour une Afrique numérique par et pour les Africains, afin que le TIC soit davantage un outil de stabilité, d'intégration et de cohésion sociale. Je vous remercie.
Okay, I think the SG has an announcement before we proceed to concluding. SG.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just need to say that I do hope that we are taking a second round, which is more or less like the first round after we closed the list. So that's the magnitude of the challenge that we have. But secondly, and importantly, is the plea to the conference participants. Kindly, let's respect the host country. There were processes through which events were being organized here. You cannot organize an event other than through your secretariat, which is my office, or through the host country. If somebody is organizing an event that is not authorized through my office, I beseech you, in honor of the conference, it will not be right. If someone is organizing an event that has not passed through this office, I beseech you, please call it off. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Secretary General. We will now move to Ghana.
Union, honorable ministers, our chief post minister, my big Johnny, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. On behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, I bring warm fraternal greetings to all member states gathered in the great city of Abuja. I commend the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for their generous hospitality in hosting CPL-26, and I pay tribute to the ATU Secretariat for its steadfast stewardship of Africa's digital development agenda. Chairperson, our team obliges us to be precise and honest. We must resist the temptation to mistake a coverage map for progress. Meaningful connectivity is not a signal bar on a handset. It is regular access on a capable device at sufficient speed with enough data and with the skills and trust to turn that access into opportunity. Coverage is only the first rung of the ladder, and Ghana has deliberately organized its national efforts around every rung. And I stand before you today to report not intentions, but results. On availability, Ghana's Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project has constructed over 1,500 of a planned 2016 sites, with more than 1,100 already on air, carrying voice and data to communities the market had long left behind. And because meaningful connectivity must not end at our borders, we have implemented ECOWAS free roaming with Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin, and the Gambia, and I hope that we can start one with Nigeria soon, and concluded a framework with Burkina Faso, because meaningful connectivity for our people cannot stop at a national boundary in a region as interconnected as ours. On affordability, we hold a simple conviction. Connectivity a citizen cannot afford is coverage in name only, and not real connectivity. We have treated cost not as a market outcome to be observed, but as a policy variable to be shaped. In 2025, my ministry worked with our regulator and our industry to secure an industry-wide increase in the value of existing mobile data bundles. In 2026, we extended that gain to fixed broadband. Today, the Ghanaian consumer receives materially more data for what they already pay. Proof that when government, regulator, and industry pull in one direction, it is a citizen that wins. This is a deliberate, negotiated outcome, not an accident of the market. On quality, availability without performance is a hollow promise. Ghana has adopted a technology-neutral licensing policy, freeing operators to deploy the most efficient technology in any assigned band. We have completed new spectrum awards and have dismantled an exclusivity regime that foreclosed competing investments, announced fresh 5G licensing to open the markets to multiple investors, expand capacity, and drive down the cost per beat. We are also finalizing with the relevant ministries and agencies a dig once policy for cabinet approval to end the fiber cuts that persistently degrade service across our continent, a shared African infrastructure challenge we must solve together. Chairperson, these are not scattered initiatives or a mere national report card. They are a single coherent national design, and Ghana offers it to this union not as a boast, but as evidence. Ghana's evidence that universal meaningful connectivity is not a distant aspiration for our continent, but an achievable program of work. Africa's digital future will not be imported. It will be designed by African policymakers, built by African engineers, and animated by African talent. Ghana stands ready, as we always have, to lead, to share, and to walk in every step with every member nation on that journey. This work advances both of the Union's strategic goals and aligns fully with the AU Digital Transformation Strategy 2030 and Agenda 2063. We urge the Union to deepen cooperation around our common interest in spectrum, in cross-border infrastructure, and capacity development, so that member states rise together, not apart. In demonstration of that commitment, Ghana will maintain its contributory unit for the next strategic period. Chairperson, it is on this record of delivery at home and constructive engagement abroad that Ghana respectfully seeks the support of member states for re-election to the Administrative Council. We likewise seek Africa's support for Ghana's re-election to the ITU Council and for the re-election of Engineer Edmond Fianco to the Radio Regulations Board, where he has defended the continent's interest in the global spectrum arena with distinction. Chairperson, honorable members, whatever the outcomes here in Abuja, let us leave this hall united behind those we elect. For Africa's success will never be the sum of individual victories, but the fruit of our shared vision for Africa's digital future. May God bless our homeland Ghana, the Africa Telecoms Union, our respective nations, and our beloved continent, Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We'll now move to Côte d'Ivoire.
Monsieur le Président de la Conférence, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, au nom de Son Excellence Monsieur Alassane Ouattara, Président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, je voudrais exprimer notre profonde gratitude au gouvernement et au peuple de la République du Nigeria pour l'accueil chaleureux qui nous est réservé, ainsi que pour l'excellente organisation de cette 7e conférence des plénipotentiaires de l'Union africaine des télécoms. Je souhaite également rendre un hommage appuyé à M. John Omo, secrétaire général de l'UAT, dont le mandat arrive à son terme. Nous saluons son engagement, son leadership et les avancées majeures accomplies sous son impulsion au service de notre Union. Nous lui souhaitons plein succès pour la suite. Comme nous le disons chez nous, seules deux montagnes ne se rencontrent jamais. Distingués délégués, la Côte d'Ivoire poursuit avec détermination sa transformation numérique afin de faire du numérique un levier de croissance, d'inclusion, d'innovation et de souveraineté. L'intelligence artificielle constitue également un vecteur majeur d'innovation, de compétitivité et de développement. Et la Côte d'Ivoire nourrit l'ambition de jouer un rôle de premier plan dans ce domaine au service de l'Afrique. Plus que jamais, notre pays demeure profondément attaché à l'UAT. Depuis sa création, la Côte d'Ivoire siège de manière continue au conseil d'administration et contribue activement aux travaux de notre Union. Nous sommes convaincus qu'une Afrique unie, solidaire et porteuse de positions communes est indispensable pour défendre efficacement les intérêts de notre continent dans la gouvernance mondiale du numérique. À cet égard, la Côte d'Ivoire sollicite la confiance des États membres pour le renouvellement de son mandat au sein du conseil d'administration de l'UAT. La Côte d'Ivoire prend bonne note des propositions relatives au renforcement des ressources financières de l'UAT. Les consultations nationales nécessaires seront conduites et notre position sera communiquée à l'Union dans les meilleurs délais. Forte de cet engagement, au sein de l'UAT, la Côte d'Ivoire réaffirme également sa candidature au Conseil de l'UIT lors de la Plénipotentiaire 26 et sollicite le soutien et la confiance de l'ensemble des États africains. Enfin, c'est avec un grand plaisir que la Côte d'Ivoire accueillera, si possible à Abidjan, la dernière réunion préparatoire africaine à la PP26. Si celui est accepté par l'UAT, nous vous donnons rendez-vous à Abidjan afin de poursuivre ensemble la construction d'une voie forte et unie au service de notre continent. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Côte d'Ivoire. We'll now go to Democratic Republic of Congo.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la conférence, Son Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre des communications et l'innovation et de l'économie numérique, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est pour moi un grand honneur de prendre la parole au nom du gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo à l'occasion de cette 7e session ordinaire de la conférence des plénipotentiaires de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, placée sous le thème « Connectivité significative universelle ». Je remercie chaleureusement la République fédérale du Nigeria pour son hospitalité ainsi que le secrétaire général de l'Union africaine des télécommunications pour l'excellente organisation de cette conférence. Sous la vision de son président, son Excellence M. Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, président de la République et chef de l'État, la République démocratique du Congo s'est engagée avec détermination à faire du numérique un levier de transformation structurelle de son économie. Notre ambition est claire à l'horizon 2030. Bâtir une véritable nation digitale où chaque citoyen, où qu'il vive, bénéficie d'une connectivité de qualité, de services numériques innovants et d'opportunités économiques. Cette vision repose sur des ambitions complémentaires. La connectivité universelle, afin que chaque Congolais puisse accéder aux réseaux et aux services numériques, et la connectivité significative, afin que cet accès soit abordable, sécurisé, performant et utile pour apprendre, entreprendre, accéder aux services publics et financiers numériques et participer pleinement à l'économie numérique. Au-delà de son vaste territoire et de sa position stratégique au cœur de l'Afrique, la République démocratique du Congo dispose d'un potentiel hydroélectrique parmi les plus importants au monde. Cet avantage constitue un atout majeur pour le développement des centres de données alimentés par une énergie propre, fiable et compétitive. Consciente que plusieurs missions de nos concitoyens demeurent encore exclues de la révolution numérique, la RDC met progressivement en œuvre, à travers son Fonds de développement des services universels, une stratégie conciliant connectivité universelle et connectivité significative. Excellence, la République démocratique du Congo adhère pleinement aux orientations du nouveau plan stratégique de l'Union africaine des télécommunications, à la stratégie de transformation numérique de l'Union africaine à l'horizon 2030, ainsi qu'à l'agenda 2063. De cet esprit, mon pays réaffirme son engagement en faveur du renforcement institutionnel de l'Union africaine des télécommunications. La République démocratique du Congo, siège statutaire de notre Union africaine des télécommunications. Elle apporte sa contribution et ramène cette contribution de 36 467 000 $ congolais à 100 000 $ américains comme contribution. La République démocratique du Congo entend également poursuivre son engagement au sein des instances internationales des télécommunications. C'est dans cette perspective qu'elle est candidate au Conseil de l'Union internationale des télécommunications lors de la prochaine conférence des plénipotentiaires à Doha, ainsi qu'au Conseil de l'Union africaine des télécommunications au cours de la présente conférence. Ces deux candidatures traduisent notre volonté de porter au sein de ces instances stratégiques la voix de l'Afrique et les priorités de l'Union africaine des télécommunications en matière de connectivité universelle, d'inclusion numérique, de financement des infrastructures, de développement des compétences et de réduction de la fracture numérique. Enfin, la République démocratique du Congo renouvelle son entière disponibilité à travailler avec l'ensemble des États membres afin de faire de l'Union une institution plus forte, plus influente et plus efficace au service de l'intégration numérique de notre continent. Ensemble, faisons de la connectivité significative universelle non seulement une ambition, mais une réalité pour tous les pays africains. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Distinguished delegate, we do have a significant number of countries. I believe we have 4 countries left and partners and international organizations. So we still have a bit to go through. So again, I'll encourage, let's keep this to 3 minutes. 3 minutes is extremely important if we're to get through the agenda for today. So we'll move swiftly to Gabon.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to first start by commending Honorable Minister Boussoum Tijani. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for hosting us. My congratulations to Secretary General John Omo. Thank you for your leadership as well, for guiding us over the past few years. Every generation inherits a defining development challenge. For parents, it was political independence. For ours, it is economic transformation through value creation and value capture. The question before us is no longer whether we'll participate in the global economy, because we're already in it, but we operate on the margins. In 1970, Africa accounted for approximately 4.8% of global exports. Today, we stand at 2.8%. And when we look at digital services specifically, our share of global exports falls further to just 1.4%. Basically, the more we move up the value chain from agriculture to industry, to services, and now to digital services, the less present Africa becomes. For decades, we have exported raw materials while others have captured the innovation, the manufacturing, the intellectual property, the jobs, the know-how, and ultimately the wealth and well-being for their people. But this is not our destiny. Our ambition cannot be simply to consume the technologies of tomorrow, but we must now help create them. Because Africa cannot build digital sovereignty while importing all of its digital capacity. In Gabon, under the leadership of His Excellency President Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, this conviction is guiding our actions. We are expanding fiber connectivity, strengthening our digital infrastructure, modernizing our regulatory framework, investing in entrepreneurship, and just 2 weeks ago, we inaugurated our first Tier 3 data center. Technology is no longer a nice to have.
Honorable Minister, apologies. I think there's a second microphone on, so the interpreters are complaining they can't hear. So, so if you're not the one who's currently taking the floor, please switch off your microphone, please. Let's check. Thank you. Shall we try again now?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Technology is no longer nice to have, it's a must-have and a must-use. To become stronger globally, however, we must first become stronger together. That means investing in connectivity, digital skills, and cybersecurity. It also means integrating our digital markets, sharing infrastructure where it makes sense, and avoiding unnecessary duplication. Foundational digital infrastructure should increasingly be viewed as a regional public good. Where our interests converge, cooperation creates greater value than competition. Policy matters too. Policy is infrastructure. It shapes incentives. It creates markets. It gives investors confidence, and it signals national ambition. And I shared this in Geneva recently. Never has the world possessed so much capital, technology, and talent. It is our responsibility, therefore, not to just adopt technologies, but to build the conditions to allow Africa to innovate, produce, and compete. And it is in that spirit that Gabon seeks your support for its candidacies to the Administrative Council of the African Telecommunications Union and to the Council of the International Telecommunication Unions, to the ITU. We make these pleas for the very, very, very first time. With your indulgence, we hope we can be first-time lucky. We believe Africa is strongest when leadership is inclusive, when new voices are welcomed, and when every nation has the opportunity to contribute to our shared digital future. There is so much we can do. President Obama mobilized us around Yes We Can, so allow me with humility to mobilize you also around Yes We Can and Yes We Will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister from Gabon. We'll now move to Sudan.
Your Excellency, Chairman of the 7th Ordinary Session of ATU, ATU CPL, Honorable Ministers, Secretary General of ATU, Secretary General of ITU, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Republic of the Sudan. I follow honorable speakers to extend my deepest gratitude to the people of Nigeria for their hospitality and warm welcome and excellent organization. I also commend the Secretariat of ATU for their dedication and endless support. Your Excellency, Sudan participates in this meeting today while our nation endures an unprecedented and devastating crisis. The ongoing war has resulted in wide damage to our critical national infrastructure, profoundly impacting the ICT sector. Despite overwhelming operational disruptions, the Sudanese regulatory authority and the operators in Sudan are working tirelessly and actively executing project recovery protocols to keep our citizens connected. Distinguished colleagues, today Sudan still stands before its family African countries to issue an urgent appeal for support and solidarity. We only seeking and expecting your understanding of our special situation. Even while we are facing these profound challenges, Sudan remains steadfast in its commitment to our collective African agendas and strategic goals. As I conclude, please allow me to extend my thanks and appreciation to my friend, Mr. John Omo. We will greatly be missing your wisdom and leadership, sir. We wish Mr. Omo all the success and hope he will not distance himself from working with ATU and its member states. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best in the deliberations while shaping the future of telecom and digital transformation in Africa. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that within time, Sudan. Many thanks. We now move on to Rwanda.
Excellencies, ministers, and heads of delegations, on behalf of Rwanda, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for their warm hospitality and the excellent organization of this conference. I also commend the African Telecommunications Union Secretariat for bringing us together at this important moment for Africa's digital future. As we meet here in Abuja, it is important to continue to reflect on why we are here. Our discussions since this morning and the previous few days were about digital policy, connectivity, and emerging technologies, which are not ends in themselves. They are a means to a greater objective, creating opportunities for our people, improving the quality of life of every African, and accelerating Africa's development. Africa has immense potential in the global digital economy. By working together, investing in our people, and speaking with one voice, we can build a digital future that drives productivity, expands opportunities, and delivers shared prosperity across our continent. In this regard, I wish to use this opportunity to request for your support for Rwanda to be elected to the Administrative Council of the ATU, and later this year to the ATU Council 2027-2030, so that we can continue to work together as member states in the effective implementation of the global and continental digital objectives. Finally, Rwanda expresses its appreciation to the outgoing Secretary General, Mr. John Omo, for his dedicated leadership and valuable contribution to advancing Africa's digital transformation and strengthening the African Telecommunication Union. We wish him every success in his future endeavors. As we prepare to elect the Union's next leadership, Rwanda looks forward to working closely with the Secretary General, who will be entrusted with this important responsibility, and affirms its commitment to supporting the implementation of a shared vision for a digitally connected and innovative Africa. Rwanda remains committed to working with all member states to ensure that digital transformation serves its true purpose, fostering inclusive economic growth, strengthening regional integration, and above all, improving the lives and livelihoods of the people of Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Rwanda. And lastly, for member states, we'll go to South Africa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Secretary General of the ATU, Mr. John Omo, Your Excellencies, the Ministers, Deputy Ministers, distinguished guests and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and the people of South Africa, I extend our sincere appreciation to the government and people of Nigeria for their warm hospitality. I would also like to thank the ATU team for their tireless efforts to bring us together once again to shape our collective future, and to thank the Secretary General, John Omo, for his excellent leadership thus far. The next 2 days are critical for us to make strategic decisions that will enable us through ATU to place ICT at the center of our efforts to drive the development of our continent, so that we realize Agenda 2063 and the Africa that we want. In this age of heightened uncertainty, it is essential we strengthen our resilience and reduce dependence and risk and protect our digital sovereignty. Equally, we should strengthen our relations with reliable development partners and the private sector to enhance our programs, increase investment, and access to useful technologies and expertise. We must continue our collective progress in building universal and meaningful connectivity. In South Africa, we're doubling our efforts to raise investment to support digital infrastructure and digital inclusion. We have prioritized the development of digital public infrastructure through my Mzansi initiative, focusing on key foundations such as digital identity, digital payment systems, and digital exchange. We are looking to strengthen cooperation with African countries to further advance our DPI for our mutual benefit. To quote President Cyril Ramaphosa, open quote, digital technologies are central to economic growth, industrialization, education, healthcare, governance, and the empowerment of people. For Africa to fully realize the promise of the digital age, we must strengthen our cooperation amongst our members, close quote. It is in this context that South Africa and SADC are proud to support the candidature of Ms. Cynthia Lesofie for her position as ST for ATU for the period 2027-2030. Ms. Cynthia Lesofie brings extensive experience in digital transformation, ICT policy, multilateral diplomacy, and international digital governance. Chairperson, distinguished guests, delegates, we humbly hope that when the time comes, our brothers and sisters will agree with this position. Again, Excellencies, South Africa has been a member of the organization, and it is against this regard that we humbly ask for your vote for a re-election to the ATU Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We'll now proceed to international and regional organizations, starting with the representative of Afrinic. I think we'll come back to Afrinic if we currently have a challenge. So let's go to RASCOM.
I would like to stand on the existing protocols. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Regional Africa Satellite Communications Organization, RASCOM, I extend our warm greetings and the best wishes to the African Telecommunication Union on the occasion of its 7th Conference of Plenipotentiaries here in Abuja, Nigeria. The RASCOM board commends the ATU Secretary General, Mr. John Omo, and his team for their dedicated service to the Union and for their contribution to advancing Africa's telecommunication and digital development agenda. As Mr. Omo concludes his final term as Secretary General, we thank him for his leadership, commitment, and support for greater cooperation among African telecommunication institutions. We wish him every success, good health, and fulfillment in his next chapter of his journey. We also wish the ATU member states a peaceful, transparent, and successful election. To all the candidates, we commend your willingness to serve the continent and wishes you well. Whatever the outcome, Africa must remain united around the shared objective of achieving meaningful connectivity for all. The RASCOM board reaffirms its commitment to working closely with the African Telecommunication Union and its incoming leadership, member states and partner institutions to strengthen satellite connectivity, protect African spectrum and orbital resources, connect underserved communities, and advance the continent's digital sovereignty. We congratulate the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for hosting this important conference and wishes the ATU a successful CPL-26, with outcomes that will strengthen the Union and benefit the entire continent. Long live the ATU, long live RASCOM, and long live African cooperation and unity. Thank you.
Thank you, RASCOM. Afrinic, are you in a position to...
The chairperson, Secretary General of the ATU, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Afrinic, I thank the Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union for giving Afrinic this opportunity to address this esteemed assembly. Afrinic is a regional internet registry responsible for managing internet resources, including IP addresses and autonomous system numbers in Africa and the Indian Ocean region. These are foundational resources enabling our digital economy. While invisible to many, these resources are the critical infrastructure supporting e-governance, finance, education, and health services across the continent. For this reason, Afrinic deeply values its cooperation with the ATU, with African governments and internet service providers for the sustainable economic and social development of our African continent through the internet. Over the years, Afrinic has distributed more than 100 million IPv4 addresses to public and private organizations across Africa and the Indian Ocean. Afrinic has contributed to the growth of internet access and digital services for hundreds of millions of people across Africa. However, we acknowledge that over the past 4 years, we have navigated a difficult institutional period, including governance challenges and legal disputes. Despite the ongoing receivership, our core registry services remain fully operational. A decisive step towards recovery was a successful board election on 12 September 2025. We are grateful for the confidence shown by African governments and the community, affirming that Afrinic's stability is a matter of continental interest. Today, Afrinic is moving forward with a renewed focus on accountability, transparency, and services. Our priorities are clear. 1, strengthening institutional frameworks to rebuild trust with members, partners, and government. 2, maintaining the security and reliability of the registry. 3, supporting the transition to IPv6, which is non-negotiable for the future growth of our digital economies and emerging technologies. 4, promoting routing security to protect network from hijack and instability. 5, providing technical support and training to government, operators, and universities. We respectfully call upon African governments, 1, to participate more actively in the Afrinic Governance Working Group. 2, to appoint national focal points for engagement on internet resource management. 3, to include IPv6 readiness in national digital strategies. And finally, to support the multi-stakeholder model, which has ensured the internet remains open and resilient. Distinguished delegates, a stable and trusted Afrinic means stronger, more secure internet infrastructure for Nigeria. A resilient Afrinic means that Africa can continue to manage its internet resources in a way that serves the continent's long-term development. Afrinic remains fully committed to serving Africa despite the challenges we continue to face. We look forward to deepening our partnership with the ATU, its members, and all stakeholders to secure a robust digital future for the continent. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Afrinic. Again, I encourage we keep it to 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We still have a few agenda items to finish today. So we'll go to Papu. Papu, 3 minutes.
Excellencies, dignitaries, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to write on the established protocols. On behalf of the Pan-African Postal Union, it is my singular honor to convey our warm and profound congratulations to the African Telecommunications Union on the successful convening of this conference of plenipotentiaries. It is indeed a privilege to gather in this gracious and hospitable city of Abuja whose warmth, dynamism, and Pan-African spirit provides a fitting setting for deliberations that will help shape our continent's future. While ATU pursues its strategic initiatives on connectivity, digital infrastructure, spectrum, and emerging technologies, PAPU reaffirms its commitment to working hand in hand with ATU in accelerating digital transformation, expanding financial inclusion, strengthening cybersecurity, advancing smart logistics, promoting e-commerce, and ensuring that no African country or place is left behind in the digital economy as it implements the Africa Postal Strategy 2026 to 2030. PAPU looks forward to translating these joint programs into tangible milestones that strengthen Africa's digital resilience, competitiveness, and trust. Excellencies, for generations, posts and telecommunications formed one communications ecosystem. Today, we are called upon to build a common future, and that future is digital. Chinua Achebe, one of Africa's greatest literary icons from Nigeria, reminded us that, I quote unquote, proverbs are the palm oil with which words are eaten. Allow me, therefore, to borrow the wisdom of our continent's proverbs, quote unquote. The left hand washes the right, and the right washes the left. So let it be with ATU and PAPU on post and telecommunication services development. One strengthens and extends the reach of the other. Together, they unlock trade, enhance financial inclusion, and expand digital opportunities. Together, they accelerate Africa's digital transformation. Let us honor our shared heritage by building our shared destiny together. As I conclude, let me extend my sincere appreciation to the ATU General Secretariat, especially to the Secretary General, Mr. John Omo, for his unwavering support for the ATU-PAPU cooperation and providing leadership in the partnership's collective pursuit of regional integration. I thank you all for your kind attention. Shukran, merci beaucoup, muito obrigado, asanteni sana, tatenda siabonga.
Many thanks, SG. So we go to UPU now, UPU.
Your Excellency, Dr. Basson Tajidan, Minister for Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellencies, Ministers, Heads of Delegations, Mr. John Omo, the Secretary General of Africa Telecommunications Union, dear delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Director General of the Universal Postal Union, Mr. Masahiko Matoki. Allow me to express our sincere appreciation to the African Telecommunications Union and the government of Nigeria for the warm invitation and the excellent organization of this ATU Conference of Plenipotentiaries. Before I proceed, I would like to pay tribute to the outstanding leadership of Mr. John Omo, whose tenure as Secretary General of ATU has made a significant contribution to advancing Africa's digital agenda, strengthening regional cooperation, and the UPU greatly values the excellent partnership that we enjoy with ATU, guided by Mr. Omo and his team. The UPU attaches great importance to the strategic partnership with ATU as we implement UPU's current strategic framework. We are convinced that closer cooperation between our two organizations will play an important role in accelerating digital transformation, expanding connectivity, and promoting inclusive socio-economic development across Africa. This is because reliable connectivity forms a strong basis for efficient postal and delivery services in the increasing business of electronic commerce. Looking ahead, one of the priority areas for strengthening the cooperation between our two organizations is through capacity building. The UPU stands ready to work closely with ATU to develop joint training programs, regional workshops, technical assistance, and knowledge sharing initiatives that will strengthen the capacities of postal operators, regulators, and ICT professionals across the continent. Combining the UPU's expertise in postal development with the ATU's leadership in telecommunications and ICTs, we can better equip our member countries to harness digital technologies, facilitate trade, enhance cybersecurity, and improve service delivery. This shared ambition is fully reflected in the Memorandum of Understanding between our two organizations, which identifies capacity building, digital transformation, connectivity, research, cybersecurity among the key pillars of our cooperation. Excellencies, the future of Africa's digital economy depends on stronger partnership across sectors. By working together, we can build resilient, interconnected, and inclusive digital ecosystem that will leave no one behind in Africa. And to Mr. Omo, I would like to wish you a very successful future as you finish your term here. And I do hope that Africa and the ICT world will continue to benefit from your extensive knowledge and guidance in ICT issues. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, UPU. We'll now take Watra. Watra. Okay. Seems we don't have a representative of Watra in the room. So we go to GSMA. GSMA.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, Regulators, Industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on existing protocol. Good afternoon. It's a privilege to address you on behalf of the GSMA. Let me begin by congratulating the Africa Telecommunication Union, the government of Nigeria, and the people of Abuja on the official opening of this conference of plenipotentiaries. This gathering brings together the continent's telecommunications leadership over every 4 years and is one of the most consequential moments on Africa's digital calendar. And the GSMA is proud to stand alongside you to mark this significant moment. I would like to focus on 3 things: the connectivity Africa needs to build, the policy environment required to unlock technologies of tomorrow, and a new initiative launched today that shows what is possible when governments, startups, industry, and the ecosystem act together. Mobile has become Africa's most important economic infrastructure. Last year, mobile technologies and services contributed $240 billion to the continent's economy. It supported nearly 13 million jobs and generated up to $45 billion in public revenue, But this story is incomplete. Only 9% of Africa now live outside of mobile broadband coverage, down from 41% a decade ago. Yet 63% of those covered are still offline. This is a usage gap and closing it by 2030 could add roughly $700 billion to Africa's GDP. The single largest reason people who can access a network still are not connected is that they cannot afford smart devices. Today, a basic 4G handset in Africa can cost upwards of 25% of monthly income per capita, against 16% across other developing regions. Meaningful connectivity, safe, useful, and genuinely affordable cannot be achieved through coverage alone. It requires deliberate, coordinated action on device affordability through tax reforms, especially on entry-level smart devices, financing models, and local ecosystems that brings prices down. Africa's next wave of growth will be built on advanced technologies, artificial intelligence being high on the list. But none of it is possible without robust infrastructure powered by access to affordable spectrum. Building that infrastructure requires capital at scale. The mobile sector is projected to invest over $290 billion in network by 2030, with a focus of scaling 4G and 5G. Attracting and retaining this investment is significant and dependent on regulatory certainty and modernization, one of the most powerful levers governments have earned it. This is equally true when it comes to new technologies or new areas of connectivity. And the GSMA's satellite regulatory playbook sets out a practical path to modernize satellite regulatory frameworks around a simple principle: same service, same rules. Consumer protection, quality of service, fiscal treatment, and license conditions should apply consistently to all service providers to truly embody technology neutrality in our regulatory regime. And this is not about choosing between terrestrial and non-terrestrial service. It's about regulatory parity that lets both technologies do what they do best together for consumers. As I conclude, I want to celebrate something that happened in this room this morning, the launch of Atlas Umoja AI, an initiative by the GSMA G6 and its partners, Zindi, Power AI, Moesha, and Awari, announced by Honorable Minister Dr. Bosun Tijani, where Nigeria, Kenya, Benin, Togo, and Namibia are founding members of this Pan-African effort. We seek to build trusted, inclusive AI development in Africa's own languages for African communities. This is precisely the kind of technology leadership this region needs, proof that African nations can shape the AI era rather than simply receive it. As I conclude, meaningful connectivity is not a technical aspiration. It's a foundation of Africa's growth, its inclusion, and its place in shaping technologies that will define the next decade. The GSMA stands ready to work with you as we work to get there. I thank you all for your continued attention.
Thank you, GSMA, for your contribution. We'll now move to Qualcomm. Qualcomm, 3 minutes. Let's keep it within 3 minutes. Qualcomm.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, permit me to stand on the protocols of the excellencies who've gone before me. On behalf of Qualcomm, I'm honored to join you at this 7th ordinary session of the ATU Conference of Plenipotentiaries. For those less familiar with Qualcomm, we are a global technology leader at the intersection of connectivity, compute, and AI. We helped power the mobile revolution over the past 30 years, and today we are enabling intelligent computing everywhere, across devices, networks, vehicles, industries, and the edge, and increasingly on the cloud. Increasingly, Qualcomm is not only a silicon and connectivity company. We are building a full-stack platforms that combine hardware, software, AI development tools, and ecosystem partnerships. This is relevant, I believe, to the continent today, because we believe that the next phase of digital transformation will depend not only on connectivity, but on the ability to deploy trusted, efficient AI systems in the places where people live and work. Our relationship with the ATU traces back close to 2 decades. As perhaps the oldest industry associate member, we have had the honor to work with all the secretaries generals present here today. And over those years, we have been privileged to engage in valuable collaboration across a variety of initiatives within the union's mandate. I'd like to mention just a few. Firstly, in 2011, Qualcomm co-convened the inaugural ATU Industry Roundtable in Nairobi, Kenya, to explore how to foster dialogue and exchange ideas between private sector actors in the ICT sector in Africa and ATU government actors. This was not obvious at that time. The outcomes of that roundtable paved the way for some of the frameworks we have today that allow industry and government professionals to engage freely in technical and policy proceedings, often informing the ultimate regional views and positions in key international meetings. I will talk about enhancing participation of women in ICT policies, where in partnership with the South Africa Department of Communications, now DCDC, we partnered with ATU and the ITU in the sidelines of the final preparatory meeting for WRC 19. 3 simple recommendations, ladies and gentlemen, could be traced to the fact that today we started a journey that can in part be credited for the notable number of women taking leadership positions at regional, national, and continental level. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to draw your attention to our belief that connectivity alone will not get us where we are going. And in the interest of time, I would like to invite you to look at the brochures that we have distributed, which talk about our Qualcomm Make in Africa initiative. This is an initiative that partners with startups on the continent. You will look at the 40 or so startups that we are working with. I encourage you to see how African innovation is not just about ideas, but in partnership with ourselves and with governments, our startups are able to build solutions that answer to African challenges. In conclusion, let me just say, I see the time is running, but the continent's digital future will be built through partnership among government, regulators, industry, universities, entrepreneurs, and communities. Qualcomm is committed to remaining part of that work. Our commitment is not only to the networks that connect Africa, but to the innovators who will define what those networks make possible. Our goal is not simply to bring technology to Africa, but to see African innovators create technology and solutions that address local challenges. In this way, we believe that we can help ensure that advanced connectivity, AI, and innovation ecosystems are not concentrated in a few places, but available to all. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And finally, we'll move to ICANN. ICANN, please keep it within 3 minutes. 3 minutes, ICANN.
Honorable Minister Dr. Bosun Tiani, Your Excellencies, ministers from ATU member states, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives for regional and international organizations, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, I send warm greetings to the African Telecommunication Union and all participants to the ATU Conference of Plenipotentiaries here in Abuja. I can coordinate the Internet unique identifier systems, including domain names and Internet protocols addresses. This technical coordination helps ensure that the Internet remains secure, stable, and globally interoperable. The policies that guide our work are developed through an open, global, multi-stakeholder process. Government participant through ICANN's Governmental Advisory Committee, alongside the technical community, businesses, civil society and end users, and academia. Keeping the internet working as one global interoperable network requires this multi-stakeholder cooperation. It also requires each organization and stakeholder to contribute within its specific role. ICANN will continue to participate in the regional preparation for the ATU Plenipotentiary Conference and share its technical expertise on matters relating to the Internet's unique identifier system. Our common objective must be to support a single, open, and globally interoperable Internet while avoiding decisions that could lead to its fragmentation. I would like also to highlight two current activities. The application window for the new generic top-level domain program 2026 round remains open until 12 August 2026. This program gives opportunity for businesses, communities, government, and other organizations the chance to apply for new top-level domains tailored to fit their organizations, community, culture, language, and customer interests. Eligible organizations interested in operating a new GTLD can find further information on the ICANN website. ICANN is also preparing for the root zone key sign-in key rollover on 11 October 2026. This plan change is critical to maintaining the security, stability, and reliability of the domain name system. We encourage network operators and internet service providers across Africa to ensure the system are ready to the rollover and to participate in ICANN's overview webinar on 26 August 2026. ICANN remains committed to support DNSSEC deployment across Africa and strengthening cooperation with ATU. We also thank Secretary General John Omo for his tenure, leadership and fostering closer cooperation between ICANN and ATU during his tenure. We look forward to continuing this collaboration and working together to support one global internet that remains secure, stable, resilient, and interoperable for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ICANN. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished Head of Delegation, dear delegates, that brings us to the end of the statement under Agenda Item 6. And the conference will note all your statements appropriately. To wrap up the day, we have one more agenda item and to be followed by a coffee break, which is being hosted by Cameron. So I indulge us to give us an extra 10 minutes to conclude the proceedings for today. And for this, I invite the SG to introduce the agenda item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I did mention, there have been there are meetings that have preceded this conference, including that of the Conference Preparatory Committee. And we have our Conference Preparatory Committee Chair who will highlight the issues that the Union has had to handle in the last 4 years for the conference to approve. That is Madam Stella Erebo of Nigeria. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, SG. Excellencies, dignitaries here present, distinguished delegates, permit me, because of the time, to stand on existing protocols. Good evening. It is an honor to present to you the report of the 7th Ordinary Session of the Conference Preparatory Committee, CPC-26, of the African Telecommunications Union, held here at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center in Abuja, Federal Republic of Nigeria, from the 20th to the 21st of July 2026. This report sets out the proceedings and outcomes of CPC 26. The CPC was preceded by the special session of the Administrative Council held in Abuja from the 16th to 17th July 2026, and by the African Preparatory Meeting for the International Telecommunications Union's Plenipotentiary Conference 2026, also held here in Abuja on the 18th July 2026. CPC 26 was attended by delegates from 36 ATU member states and observers from ATU associate members. CPC 26 was convened in accordance with the Constitution and Convention of the Union and with the rules of procedures of the Conference Preparatory Committee. In accordance with the rules of procedures, CPC 26 appointed members of the Credentials Committee drawn from 5 regions of the Union to examine the credentials of the delegations of member states to verify the eligibility of member states to vote and to stand for elections to the Administrative Council and to the Office of the Secretary General, and to report to CPC 26 and CPL-26. The CPC considered the report of the Administrative Council to CPC on the activities of the Union for the period 2022 to 2026. The principal matters considered by CPC 26 were the implementation of the Strategic Plan 2023 to 2027, the Draft Strategic and Financial Plan 2027 to 2031. The CPC considered measures to address the financial deficits for mandatory activities. It considered resource mobilization strategy, which seeks to diversify the resources of the Union. The annual financial reports and audited financial statements for the financial years 2021 to 2022, 2022 to 2023, 2023 to 2024, and 2024 to 2025 were considered. Also considered were the amendments to the financial rules and regulations, areas of contributions, reserve funds and fellowship funds, the migration from IFRS to IPSAS, and introduction of an enterprise resource planning system. The CPC also considered the risk management policy framework of the Union, the human resource of the General Secretariat. It considered the rationalization of the committees of the Administrative Council. Admission of academia as a category of membership was also considered. The adoption of this was, however, put on hold, subject to CPL-26, as it is required that CPL-26 approves of a new category of academia of membership, which is the academia membership. The CPC-26 considered associate members in arrears of contributions. It considered the seat matters relating to the seat of the Union, the amendment of the basic instruments of the Union, the ethical guidelines for candidates seeking election to the office of the Secretary General. It also considered a proposal of the Administrative Council for the establishment of the African Symposium for Regulators. It considered Africa's coordination on ITU elective positions and major ICT World Conferences. It considered the commemoration of the African Telecom /ICT Day. On the basis of our consideration, CPC-26 recommends to CPL-26 the following. To note the report of the Administrative Council on the activities of the Union for the period 2022 to 2026 and the progress achieved in the implementation of the Strategic Plan 2023 to 2027 as reflected in the draft resolution number 1 CPL-07-2026. To approve the annual financial reports and audited financial statements of the Union for the financial years 2021 to 2022, 2022 to 2023, 2023 to 2024, and 2024 to 2025, and instruct the Secretary General to circulate them to member states and associate members as reflected in the draft resolution number 2 CPL-07-2026. To approve the strategic and financial plan of the Union for the period 2027 to 2031 and call for the active involvement of member states, associate members, and partners in its implementation as reflected in draft resolution number 3 CPL-07-2026. To approve the measures proposed to address the deficit in the financial plan 2027 to 2031, including the lifting of the floor level of contribution to USD 25,000 for member states and to USD 10,000 for associate members, as reflected in the draft resolution number 4 CPL-07-2026. To approve the resource mobilization strategy of the Union and require annual reporting on its implementation to the Administrative Council, as reflected in draft resolution number 5 CPL-07-2026. To approve the admission of academia as a category of membership of the Union together with the related documents to the Constitution and to the Convention as reflected in draft resolution number 6 CPL-07-2026. To approve the suspension of membership of the associate members that have not honored their financial obligations for more than 3 years, authorize the Administrative Council to suspend and terminate such membership, and express as appreciation to the associate members in good standing as reflected in draft resolution number 7 CPL-07-2026. Approve the framework and roadmap for the migration from the International Financial Reporting Standards to the International Public Sector Accounting Standard, IPSAS, and for the introduction of an enterprise resource planning system as reflected in draft resolution number 8 CPL-07-2026. To approve the risk management policy framework and the risk register of the Union and require annual reporting to the Administrative Council as reflected in draft resolution 09 CPL-07-2026. To approve the proposed amendments to the Constitution, the Convention, and the Rules of Procedure of the Union, and approve the protocol agreement in accordance to Article 36 of the Constitution and Article 8 of the Convention as reflected in draft resolution number 10 CPL-07-2026. To approve the ethical guidelines for candidates seeking election to the office of the Secretary General and instruct their circulation to all member states as reflected in draft resolution number 11, CPL-07-2026, to approve the establishment of the African Symposium of Regulators as reflected in draft resolution number 12, CPL-07-2026, to note the progress made on the seat of the Union, express appreciation to the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the fulfillment of the conditions set by CPL-22 and to Kenya for hosting the headquarters of the Union as reflected in draft resolution 13, CPL-07-2026, to approve the recovery of the arrears of contributions which stood as USD 7,347,329 as at 31st May 2026 and call upon members concerned to settle their obligations to the Union as reflected in draft resolution 15 CPL-07-2026 to approve the proposed amendments to Article 11 of the Financial Rules and Regulations as reflected in draft decision number 01 CPL-07-2026 to approve that matters relating to the arrears of contributions be placed under the Committee on Finance and Administration of the Administrative Council in lieu of a separate committee of the conference, to urge member states and associate members to contribute to the fellowship fund so as to enable the Union to grant fellowship to eligible candidates and to encourage member states to undertake appropriate actions to commemorate the African Telecommunications ICT Day on 7th December of each year. The draft resolutions and decisions giving effect to the above recommendations are listed in section 11 of this report and their texts are attached to Annex 5. Also noting the report on the status of the African preparation for ITU PP 2026, CPC recommends to CPL to note the report of the status of African preparation for ITU PP 26, call for the endorsement by member states of the final African Common Proposals immediately after the final African preparatory meeting with the urgency required to meet the deadline set by the ITU for the submission of proposals as reflected in draft resolution number 14 CPL-07-2026 and call upon member states to support the African candidates to ITU elective positions and to maintain united African position at ITU PP26. Tables A and B in these reports list the draft resolutions and the draft decisions respectively as recommended for adoption by CPL 2026. The draft texts are attached in Annex 5. CPC 26 also considered the draft ministerial declaration and the draft communique of the Conference of Plenipotentiaries contained in document CPC 07D13 and attached as Annex 13, and CPC 26 agreed to recommend the text to CPL 26 for consideration and adoption. CPC 26 considered and adopted this report together with its annexes and agreed to transmit it with the recommendations set out therein to CPL 26. Mr. Chair, allow at this point for me to thank the vice chairs and rapporteurs of CPC 26, the Secretariat, distinguished delegates, event organizers, and all persons that worked behind the scene to make CPC 26 a success. Mr. Chair, I submit the report of the CPC 26 to CPL CPL-26 for consideration. Thank you.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, we should. We should. Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I now invite members to consider the report of the CPC, and I hereby open the floor for comment or input before we take a decision on the report. Comment, please signify interest if you would like to comment. I see Rwanda. Rwanda, I'll close the list shortly. Rwanda, we take Rwanda. Rwanda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Rwanda wishes to commend the Bureau and the General Secretariat and all the member states for the extensive work reflected in the report that has just been presented to us. The report comprehensively captures all the deliberations and the recommendations arising from the CPC 2026 and provided a solid basis for the decisions before this conference. We particularly welcome the emphasis on strengthening the Union through the strategic and financial plan for 2027-2031, enhanced resource mobilization, sound financial management, and improved governance measures. We also appreciate the continued efforts to position the African Telecommunication Union to effectively address emerging priorities, including cybersecurity, satellite coordination, data governance, green ICTs, and digital inclusion. My delegation, however, wishes to make one observation, Mr. Chair, regarding the proposed increase in the minimum level of member states' contributions. While we appreciate the need to place the Union on a stronger financial footing, the report itself notes that areas remain substantial despite sustained recovery efforts, with outstanding contributions amounting to over $7.3 million as of 31st May 2026. In this regard, we believe it is important to carefully consider whether increasing the minimum contribution at this stage could or shall not increase the risk of defaults among the member states already struggling to meet the existing obligations. Rather than focusing on raising the contributions from, we should collectively recommit ourselves as member states to honoring our financial obligations to the Union in a timely manner. At the same time, it is equally important that we periodically assess the value proposition of the Union. As member states are being asked to make greater financial commitments, we should also examine the measurable impact of the ATU's programs in achieving the Africa's digital transformation objectives and strengthening the coordination at the continental level. Maybe the default status that we see is coming from member states might be having the reason why they are not paying, and therefore we call upon the Secretariat going forward to do this evaluation to see the impact ATU is making at the continent. Such an assessment would help reinforce confidence among members and ensure that the Union continues to deliver tangible value aligned with our shared priorities. With further support, the continued coordination of African positions in the preparation of the ATU 2026 and underscore the importance of maintaining a united African global voice, maintaining a united African voice in global ICT and telecommunication fora. Mr. Chairman, subject to these observations, my delegation supports the adoption of the CPC report and the transmission of the recommendations to the conference for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the intervention, Rwanda. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we close discussion on the report presented, I invite the conference to adopt this report through acclamation. Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and everyone involved in this work. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the schedule for today. I have to personally appreciate each and every one of you for your patience and the Secretariat for seeing us through. At this point, I will yield the floor to the Secretary General for final announcement before we step out for coffee break hosted by Cameroon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you have noted, we have not completed what we had set to do today. We have 2 agenda items that we've pushed to tomorrow. That is receipt of the Credentials Committee report. And for that, we still have up to midnight tonight for countries that still have issues. Any issues to take up with the Credentials Committee, you're free to do so before midnight tonight. The other item, of course, that we've not taken is the Ministerial Roundtable. And so my plea, Chair, if your meeting agrees, is that we start with the Ministerial Roundtable tomorrow at 9 sharp. So tomorrow at 9 sharp, the Ministerial Roundtable begins, and then we'll take the Credentials Committee report. Those items were to be completed today. I just need to give the meeting comfort that I shouldn't be seeing this, but the Credentials Committee chairs just sent me on inquiry a line that the meeting is quoried. So for the record, we need to note that. It will be in their final report tomorrow. Lastly, and certainly by no means least from me, Chair, is to indicate that the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in particular, Honorable Bosun Tijani, not the chair, is hosting us to a gala dinner tonight. And it is not the sort that you want to miss. It will be at the Banquet Hall at the State House in Abuja. Our handlers are ready to be there. We should be seated in exactly 1 hour's time from now. 1 hour, everybody should be seated. I need to again emphasize it's a security zone. So my plea is that we keep to our handlers, we keep to our ushers, so that we get there in an orderly manner, because it's a security zone and there may be certain security protocols that we need to go through. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate the chair. Cameroon.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, de nous donner la parole. Nous souhaitons, avant de profiter de la belle soirée qui sera offerte par notre hôte, que les distingués participants à cet événement puissent se rafraîchir. On a eu un après-midi assez intense, donc la délégation du Cameroun vous invite donc à une pause rafraîchissement juste à la sortie de la salle avant de pouvoir continuer pour la suite du programme. Merci.
Congo.
Thank you, Chairman. Merci donc, Monsieur le Président. La délégation de la République du Congo salue les aimables participants de cette conférence. À le regret un peu d'annoncer qu'elle avait une invitation au profit donc des délégués à cette conférence pour partager avec les délégués à la conférence un pot, un cocktail, mais malheureusement pour des raisons d'agenda, cette invitation ne peut pas être possible puisqu'on se rend compte qu'avec le Cameroun, on a la même plage horaire pour le cocktail. Donc la République du Congo aussi annonce qu'elle avait donc l'intention,
d'organiser une invitation, mais pour des raisons d'agenda, cela ne peut être possible. Encore merci pour votre aimable attention. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. See you at the coffee break.